A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. I think we got the stream up and running. Everything looks good. Sorry for a little bit of delay today getting everything set up. Hey, Sarah, how's it going from the St. Louis area? Yeah, we got a lot of storms. So it's another one of those days we're going to be bouncing around. I'll try and get to especially the more severe storms, but again, it's one of those days if we are talking about a storm and it's not in your area, please heed any warnings locally in your area. Since our main severe area is a little bit slow to get going, actually a little slower than I think even the model showed earlier, we'll start out east and kind of work our way back to the northwest.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Some of these storms were severe earlier in the Carolinas. Right now, the strongest storms are essentially right along the coastal areas in North Carolina. They'll be pushing into the Outer Banks in the next few minutes. There's a new severe warning there around New Bern, Trenton, Jacksonville, Havelock, North Carolina. So again, if you have plans or if you know anyone out at the shoreline today, especially out on the Outer Banks, these storms are kind of sneaking up from behind them. So anytime you're at the beach in the afternoon, especially in the south and southeast, just every now and then take a peek behind you, because usually storms are going to be approaching from the land and moving out to the sea. Jones, Craven, Oslo, Beaufort, Carteret, and Pamlico counties under that severe warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Probably not a lot of hail, but anyway, we'll keep an eye on those around the New Bern area. Another cluster storms. It's somewhat degraded compared to earlier, but there's another cluster of storms right now, not severe, in parts of southeast Virginia. We'll keep an eye on those as they approach the tidewater. And we do have some cameras around the Norfolk area, so we'll keep an eye on those. Otherwise, there's another line of storms that's coming out of the higher terrain of the Piedmont, getting on towards the coastal plain. That area has a couple severe warnings as well now east of Charlotte, in Union County, North Carolina, around Monroe. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as well. They may give another round of storms for some areas that have missed out on that first round. You can see, and you'll keep seeing as I was setting up the stream, there was tons of flash flood warnings coming across the screen. And right now, there's been some transient supercells. There's been a couple different tornado warnings and a couple near the Paducah area that we'll take a look at. But one of the big factors today right now is there's flash flood emergencies, catastrophic life-threatening flash flooding around Gibson County and Pike County in southwest Indiana. Emergency management reports water rescues occurring. Between 4 to 10 inches of rain has fallen, additional couple inches more.
Has been issued.
So please turn around, don't drown, and definitely, if you need to seek higher ground, do that now. There is still storms working across that area. It is starting to taper off, so hopefully we can get out and get some water rescues. These are areas north, especially of north and northeast of Evansville, Indiana,
flash flood warning
like Oakland City, Petersburg, Otwell, Winslow, Spurgeon, Somerville, and Francisco, Indiana, east of Princeton. That is along a fairly heavily traveled interstate, I-69. It's one of the newer interstates in the country, but it is a pretty heavily traveled interstate now that it connects Evansville to Indianapolis, and we may get some more storms across that area later. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's going to get real hot across this area. that's the one benefit to the heat dome a little bit, is some of these areas in the Ohio Valley will start to dry out a little bit. So hopefully we get some break from the rainfall. But it's going to be another day or two till that heat dome really builds in. It's going to get pretty intense, but yeah, we are going to get some drying in some areas that need a little break from the rain, and it's been a very active June pattern.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Let's see. A couple showers around right now. It looks like south of St. Louis doesn't look that, at least on radar. There's not much there. A couple showers. We'll see if any of those go up. There are a batch of storms that's lifting across the I-70 corridor from St. Louis out to St. Charles, and then kind of in this general area at Montgomery City back towards Jefferson City. We'll keep an eye. We may get a severe storm there too. This is the newest tornado warning of the day. It's near Paducah, Kentucky. And yeah, this storm has had a history.
Warning has been issued.
Actually, a couple different tornado warnings in the same area, looks like. This is over the last hour. So we had a tornado warning. You can see the shear rate popped up, and that has moved to the east across the Paducah area. New warning there for Paducah over towards Calvert City. As that shifted to the east, basically over the Paducah area. And then the next storm in this little complex is now tornado warned as well. Let's dive in, and yeah, that's going to be... It's developed right over the radar site at Paducah. And there's that little hook feature right in here at Forest Hill. Looks like it slid maybe just south of downtown. And still severe warning near Reedland. There's another area of circulation also in this cell, so a couple different circulations in there.
Has been issued.
That's an interesting little cell. There's a circulation here near Reedland. Oh, we've been a race feature now. That's cool. Okay. Aguacero did a new update last night, so we got some new features in. And then that secondary area of rotation has broadened a little bit over Calvert City, but we'll keep an eye on this. This doesn't look as punchy as it did earlier. It's kind of broad rotation right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then this is that newest tornado warning. Southern Massac in southern Illinois and northern McCracken County, western Kentucky. This is also in the Paducah metro. There's our area of rotation near Grahamville.
This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, that popped up really quickly near Grahamville, western Kentucky wildlife area. Yeah, right in there, and fairly low level. This is about 100 feet off the ground, since we're really close to the radar site. Which means that's actually good news, because we don't see any debris signature right now, but and if anything gets picked up, even if it's a weak tornado, we'd likely see a debris signature on this, since it's so close to the radar site. But this is generally lifting towards Metropolis, Illinois. It's going to cross the Ohio River, Grahamville, Chili's, High Point, and areas there, especially north and west of Paducah. Tornado safe space, lowest level interior room. It's going to head over towards Brookport. Yeah, it's right near the airport.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, sorry about that. Just had something caught in my throat real quick, so I had to refill the drink real quick. Okay, Paducah, Metropolis, Brookport, tornado warning continues there. And did we get another tornado warning just now? It says we have 2, but I don't see one. They have let that one tornado warning expire. So this tornado warning south and east of Paducah has been allowed to expire. The other tornado warning continues there. Again, that's just north and northwest of Paducah. Rossington, Grahamville. It's about to cross Kentucky Highway 996. And only moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Yeah, wow. A couple minutes ago, not much showing there. This popped up very quickly. Starting to see some circulation just north of La Center a few minutes ago. That kind of stayed in there as the area in Paducah was already moving off that first tornado warned area. And yeah, it's gotten a lot tighter there in the last couple minutes. And then there it is near Ingleside. A little surprised it went that long unwarned since there's another tornado warned cell in that same area. So a very similar environment. But yes, it did get a new warning, and that is for Metropolis, Brookport, Shady Grove, downtown Paducah, and points north and west. That does include West Paducah, Kentucky. So it's actually pretty steadily working off to the east right now. I'm going to keep that cone rather high since it hasn't had a long history yet. It could strengthen and actually turn more towards the right. We see strengthening supercells are a lot of times right movers. So I want to keep Paducah in that timing track as well. It could occlude and then pull more towards the north. So I definitely want to keep some of those communities in there as well. But Metropolis, about 14 minutes. Brookport 30 and Paducah about 30, 35 minutes. Again, that's from kind of the leading edge of the circulation, so the tornado would be tucked just a little bit behind there. And just changing it up just a little bit, basically about the same amount of timing. So about 12 to 15 minutes, Brookport or Metropolis, and then Brookport half hour. Same for Paducah. Or anywhere closer, High Point would be about 15 minutes. And the areas there along I-24 on the west side of Paducah, West Paducah, those sort of areas around 20 minutes or so. And areas like Grahamville, just north and northeast of the airport, only about 5 minutes or so. So do take tornado safety precautions. If you know anyone in the Paducah metro area, just let them know. Maybe give them a call, let them know there's a new tornado warning, because this is one of those situations where they were actually under a tornado warning in some of these same areas, like Brookport, Paducah, West Paducah, a little while ago. So kind of an extended time, stay in your safe place. Still watching some broad rotation there. It's basically right along the river, the Ohio River, and now just east of Reedland near Possum Trot, approaching Calvert City. We'll keep an eye on that area too. But there's our main area of rotation right now, looking at this storm in McCracken County. New radar scan coming in, so we'll take a look and see if it's strengthened at all. It's actually broadened out a little bit, so that's a good sign there. It's broadened out. It is also really close to the radar site, so we may not actually be getting the best view of it since it is so close to the radar site. Yeah, it may actually skirt this kind of cone of silence area in here. So we're not going to get as good of a look at it for the next couple minutes. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this. This area around Grahamville, Chili's is kind of in that cone of silence area. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that covers this area into Kentucky. Let me get some of those informations while we get the lay of the land for this severe weather activity today. I had it pulled up and somehow I closed it. So let me get that back available. All right. This area, severe thunderstorm watch, they've trimmed it off a little bit. It did include areas originally just east. I guess it isn't really trimmed off much. Trimmed off a little bit, which is interesting. Yeah, they have trimmed off just a little bit, but includes areas in southeast Missouri around Sikeston, and then into southern Illinois around Vienna, Carmi, not quite west of the 57 corridor. So it doesn't include Marion, Benton, or Mount Vernon, but it includes southeast Illinois. Then it does include southwest Indiana around Evansville, and then much of western Kentucky, Paducah, Murray, Madisonville, over towards Bowling Green in Kentucky. And then it also includes western and northwestern parts of Tennessee around Union City, Paris, Waverly, Clarksville, Nashville, and then down towards Murfreesboro. Looks like they may have trimmed off a couple counties down there. Yeah, they've actually trimmed off a couple counties, which is interesting. But it also does include some areas east of Nashville around Carthage, Lafayette, and Lebanon in Tennessee. It's like they're doing some trimming to the watch also out on the Carolinas. Our other severe thunderstorm watches are for parts of the northern plains. This area, the first area, is in South Dakota. Sorry, is in Montana, this area here, and Wyoming. Sheridan, Buffalo, Gillette, Sundance, and Newcastle. That also includes areas there around Billings. They have trimmed Billings off of that. Forsyth, Miles City, Hardin, Broadus, and Baker. That goes until 7 p.m. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered large hail up to tennis ball size likely, and scattered gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. That watch has been expanded. That goes until 7 in the mountain time zone. But we have some new watches that they've just added, I think while we were setting up the stream. Yeah, the northeastern portions of Montana, Glasgow, Plentywood, Sydney, Glendive, Jordan have all been added to a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11 p.m. A couple of tornadoes possible, very similar wording to the first watch there around Billings. A couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, and scattered wind gusts 80 miles an hour likely. So potentially some hurricane force wind gusts plus 80 miles an hour get into the destructive tag. You do want to treat any destructive severe thunderstorm warning very similar or same process as a tornado warning, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. They have also in the last hour added a portion of western parts of Nebraska and the extreme northeast corner of Colorado into another severe thunderstorm watch. A couple of tornadoes possible, tennis ball size hail possible, 80 mile an hour winds possible. And that goes until 11 p.m. Mountain Time. So a couple pretty high-end severe weather watches. And then now the latest watch was the fairly tall and skinny tornado watch that covers western parts of South Dakota, western parts of North Dakota, and northern parts of Nebraska. A couple counties there around Valentine, Nebraska. It includes Rapid City, Pine Ridge, North Eagle Butte, Dupree, and Bison in western parts of South Dakota, and then Heidegger, Dickinson, Bismarck, Williston, up to the Canadian border just south of Estevan, Saskatchewan, and that goes until 11 p.m. Mountain Time. That's midnight in the Central Time Zone. A couple of strong tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to softball size likely, and scattered wind gusts up to 90 miles an hour are likely. Wow, that's some heavy wording for this weather watch here. This is a pretty high-end weather watch. It's not a PDS tornado watch, but it does include some strong wording for strong tornadoes, softball size hail, 90 mile an hour destructive winds. And there is also a tornado watch in Canada. We can't see it on this map, but there is a Tornado watch that covers parts of southern Saskatchewan also. Yeah, it's basically that area added in there. And in fact, this may be actually a use for this. All right, there we go. That adds in. All right, that works perfect, actually. Great use for the draw tool on the Aguacero. I just basically kind of roughly covered in the Canadian tornado watch as well. We're not going to do that for every Canadian watch or warning, but just kind of testing out some stuff, so that's good. Okay, there it goes. That's better. Okay. Couple different features, so I had to play around with it a little bit. Let's quickly look at some of these storms. They are working into northeastern portions of Montana. Tornado possible tag around Scobie. This is also has a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this in Canada. Severe thunderstorm warning there. And yeah, this does have a tornado possible tag on it as well. Around the Scobie area, a little bit of broad rotation in there. Just crossing Highway 13. So Montana Highway 13, that's going to continue racing off to the northeast. Get up into Saskatchewan, Radville, Ogama, Bengo. I think that's how you pronounce that. Saskatchewan Highway 34. We have other storms that are working to the northeast rather quickly across southeast parts of Montana. Severe thunderstorms there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail on Coldrup, Forsyth. A pretty good cluster of storms in there. And then Lame Deer also. And then another severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes in southeast parts of Montana. Wow, we're really far from the radar here. 2-inch hail, considerable threat, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like some of these cells could have some 2-inch hail in here. There is also a tornado possible in this cell near Buffalo, and that has intensified rather quickly there. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning pretty soon. You can see rotation picking up in this cell out here east of Camp Crook and south of Buffalo in western parts, northwestern parts of South Dakota. Other strong cells are just now starting to go up in our tornado watch area, so we'll keep an eye on these in a favorable environment for tornadic development. That's actually a little bit of a left split that's developed out of this one. And interestingly, the original cell is weakened. The left split should continue to move towards the north-northeast with some large hail potential in there. That's generally moving towards Bison, South Dakota. So out there, definitely stay aware of the weather warnings. We have other severe storms that are going up around Edgemont, Hot Springs, Buffalo Gap, and Ulrichs. Severe thunderstorm there, capable of producing some hail and gusty winds in Fall River County. That's south of Rapid City.
This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
And I wouldn't be surprised if most of these cells in here could produce some larger hail. That one being warned for quarter-size hail. It's probably $0.50 to even a little bit larger than that. Yeah, that cell going up rather quickly.
New information.
The tornado possible cell already pushing above 50,000 feet, so storm strength has definitely increased on that one. Rotation, you can see in there, reds and greens going towards and away from the radar sites. Where are we getting radar out of? We're getting radar out of Rapid City, so that's pretty far ask, but yeah, we have randomly winds going here towards and away from the radar. So at least at the mid levels, it's decently strong rotation. Looking at this about 10,000 feet up, and unfortunately, it's going to kind of continue pushing into worse radar coverage north and west of Buffalo. Otherwise, oh boy, yeah, this area where the tornado watch is in is not great radar coverage. Eastern Montana, western North Dakota. So we'll make do with what we have. That one. Yeah, still too far from the Bismarck radar too. I wouldn't be surprised if they slap a tornado possible tag on this area. New storm also getting severe warned. At least $0.50 size hail plus in that one. And then keep an eye on this, especially if you're just west of Buffalo in South Dakota. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning pretty soon. Out on South Dakota Highway 20 between Buffalo and Camp Crook. That's a dangerous storm. Let's go back to our other tornado warned storms. We now have two again. They have re-warned the cell near Calvert City. Still not seeing a ton of really rapid circulation in there, but there is this little inflow notch right in here, just to the north and northwest of Calvert City. There is your pretty close to the radar site still, but there's your winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. Basically right in here at Kentucky Highway 1523, just north of Calvert City, Stanley Landing, Gilbertsville, Calvert City, Cooper Landing, Lake City. This gets into the
flood warning has been
land
issued
between the lakes, the Twin Lakes region here along I-24 and I-69, so heavily traveled area. Luca is also in that warning, New Bern, and some of those same areas, Livingston and Marshall counties, moving east at 25. Dangerous storm there. This storm still looks like it has a hook in it. Still kind of weak rotation in this storm. And actually, they just dropped that tornado warning. Probably the right call, since we are so close to the radar site. We'll keep an eye on this. Still has a little weak rotation in it, but it's also lost that hook feature for the most part. So when it's back here is a lot more pronounced hook feature. And then that other area was kind of taking a break on its hook. Now that is back and a lot more prominent here. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. There's a little CC drop in here too. That's an intriguing little CC drop. It's not super strong rotation, but
a new tornado warning has been issued.
okay. The tornado warning that they just expired is going to actually continue for Passaic and McCracken counties, southern Illinois, western Kentucky. It's, let's see, over Metropolis, still moving east at 20. I don't know why they just didn't extend that then. Weird. Maybe it just took an extra minute to get that published through, but okay. Yeah, still seeing really broad rotation over the Metropolis area. It's going to skirt along the river, so Metropolis over towards Brookport, Shady Grove, still on the Paducah and just north and west of Paducah, High Point, Cecile, and Roland Town. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space. Areas in this area would be getting a new phone alert, so we'll continue to track this storm. It doesn't look as tornadic as it was earlier. Yeah, it was much tighter rotation back here to the west of the radar site. Before it was tornado warned earlier near Ingleside. We're so close to the radar site. We're still seeing some broad rotation in here. Winds going away from the radar and towards the radar over the Metropolis and just to the east of Metropolis. But yeah, it doesn't look imminently tornadic. This one is a little bit tighter. Not super strong rotation, but still being a radar indicated tornado warning over Calvert City, Kentucky. Hey, TSB, how's it going today? Welcome, welcome. Right now, they're not really headed for Indiana. Yeah, they're going to continue. Those storms would continue working towards southern Kentucky, Princeton, Greenville. I think you guys are going to be mostly done with severe weather across Indiana. The only really big concern for Indiana right now is the flash flooding. There's still flash flood emergencies across western Indiana, Gibson County, Pike County, Indiana, and still a ton of flash flood warnings ongoing. Some of these are considerable and observed. 2 to 6 inches of rain around the Louisville area. And just south of Louisville, we have considerable flash flooding for a bunch of these counties. See if they've listed the rainfall. No, they don't actually list the rainfall there, but still heavy thunderstorms ongoing. So, yeah, the big threat right now for southern Indiana is going to be the flash flooding. If you don't have to leave tonight, especially after it gets dark, I would just kind of stay in your safe, dry place if you can. There are some strong non-severe storms across areas just south of Owensboro. There's also going to be some areas there that have considerable observed flash flooding across central Kentucky as well. And that's going to continue. There's going to be some rounds of more storms coming into that area. That's a dangerous situation with a couple different pockets of some heavier thunderstorms. This area here around Bowling Green to Munford. And then there's still another area of heavy rain back here. And then there's potentially like 1 to potentially 3 areas of pretty heavy rain and storms to work through central Kentucky later tonight. Yeah, it looks like it's still going to be raining there for a while. And you guys do have flash flood warning also for those areas in Lawrence, Davies, and Martin counties. Looks like 3 inches of rain, additionally a couple inches more. So yeah, definitely flash flooding is going to be a dangerous situation here as it gets dark. This is a pretty hilly area also back into southern Indiana, so some of these areas, creeks and streams, are going to fill up in the little valleys and hollers down in here. And yeah, some dangerous terrain for flash flooding, especially later tonight. All right, still tracking those 2 storms in Kentucky around the Paducah area, severe warned. Looks like we've lost our severe warning around New Bern, North Carolina. Still strong storms working into areas around the Outer Banks, basically right along the Sounds here into the Carolinas. There still are a couple feisty storms back towards Charlotte and some stronger storms north of the Virginia Beach area. So we'll keep an eye on the mid-Atlantic as well. A couple other strong storms also into portions of eastern Missouri. Take a look at these a little bit more. Yeah, that other tornado warning, you can see the shear rate has come down in that cell from when it was tornado warned the first time. Seeing very low and broad shear rate. The Calvert City storm has actually increased the shear rate there. So that warning I agree with. That one probably does deserve a tornado warning. Yeah, and still seeing pretty strong rotation. Not crazy, but it's tight rotation. It's not strong in the velocity, but it's fairly localized rotation near Cooper Landing, Stanley Landing, and Calvert City. It's kind of riding the southern end of that warning polygon. And then, yeah, this cell is very broad, very weak and broad rotation. So still seeing a little bit in there as that lifts off between Metropolis and Brookport, eventually towards Shady Grove. And that's lifting to the north and northeast, so it's actually lifting away from the Paducah area. Continue to stay in your safe space if you're right along the Ohio River in McCracken County, Kentucky. This one is probably going to get rewarned for a new warning out ahead of this. Let's see, about 25. And let me reduce the cone of uncertainty just a little bit. But right about in there at 25. Eddyville, 29 minutes. And areas like Grand Rivers would be about 10 minutes or so. Lamasco, 48 minutes. Hobson, 60. And Delaney, 42. If it heads a little further towards the north, Princeton would be about 55 minutes or so. Yeah, center line, though, is areas like Indian Hills, 31 minutes. Palisades, 36. Eureka, 13. And Otter Pond, that'd be about also an hour away. Storm has cycled a couple different times. It's about at the end of its warning polygon there, so we'll see if it gets a new warning between Calvert City and Lake City. It's crossing I-24 right about now. Yeah, it's crossing I-24 at Kentucky Highway 453. So there's your winds going towards the radar and winds going away from the radar. Oh, that is cool. Okay. I like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there it is. They have issued that new warning. So right on cue, as I suspected they would. This is going to be for southeastern Livingston County and then north central Marshall and also Lyon County in western Kentucky. Still moving east at 25 near Calvert City. Eddyville, Land Between the Lakes, DeMumbers Bay Campground at about 6:15, Cravens Bay Campground. Yeah, we're in that really beautiful part of Kentucky, but it's that recreational area between the lakes. So if you're in a camper or a tent or anything like that, you need to seek a sturdy structure, a permanent structure that hopefully has a strong foundation to it. But you cannot ride this out in a tent or a camper, as it's generally headed into a pretty populated recreational area there. Eureka, Kawada, Indian Hills, Palisades, Wildwood Hills, Lamasco, areas around Eddyville, also in that warning polygon. I've been looking, I don't think it is. This new warning is a radar indicated tornado warning, so I don't think it is. There was a suspicious CC lowering that we had a few minutes ago, but I don't see that in that area of rotation right now. It's back here a couple scans. When it was near Calvert City, it had a little bit of a suspicious CC lowering on it. So it may have briefly been on the ground back here along Kentucky Highway 1523. There shouldn't be hail in this little notch feature. This is earlier, so yeah, there shouldn't be a lot of hail in this little area here. This is our inflow region. This is our RFD, so tornado would be sitting generally in this area. So it may have been on the ground on the northwest side of Calvert City briefly. And yeah, potentially in here, the next scan. So it could have been on the ground briefly. But by the third scan, it weakened. Yeah, it may have been if you were looking around the Calvert City area. And actually, this rotation, let me just make sure I got the right. Actually, tucked up into the rain a little bit, so it's going to be harder to see. But it's in this area here near Lake City. A little weaker than it was. That storm is a little bit weaker than it was. Check our other tornado warning storm, even though this is also a weakening storm. Yeah, it's not much. There's not much rotation in that one. This may have produced a weak tornado just north of Calvert City a few minutes ago, because it was also showing up on our spectrum width in there. And in there, yeah. It may have just skirted Calvert City with a brief weak tornado. And on the last scan, it has come down in intensity as well. So we're seeing a little bit of a broadening of that rotation, also weakening as it's in there near Lake City. But yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Crossing the highway, there may be a little bit of small hail in there too. How's it going, Brian? Yeah, let's go take a look at those storms. I don't think Dickinson had anything right on them, but there were some storms building up south of you guys. Yeah, it's going to still be south of Dickinson. Watching a couple of these storms in South Dakota, northern South Dakota. Tornado possible tags on these. So they have added those. Oh, we lost our radar site. That's not good. Okay. Yeah, we're flying blind here a little bit. Tornado possible tag and large hail is a potential in really any of these cells in here. We've lost our already closest radar apparently out of Rapid City. You can see the red logo on that. You can see there if I blow it up. This red kind of pill logo indicates that that radar isn't giving us new data. So so we can find the Bismarck radar, but that is over about, I think it's over about 20,000 feet that we're seeing. Yeah, we're getting radar data like 20,000 feet. So we have no low-level look at these storms out here. Earlier, there was circulation south of Buffalo, so I wouldn't be surprised if any of these storms, they do have a tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds, at least about ping pong to golf ball size hail, but could be larger in some of these. and they're all generally lifting up towards the Dickinson area. So Dickinson, North Dakota, it's gonna be a rough evening. Northeast at 35. Yeah, so you guys are in line for storms later tonight, but let's see. Bowman, North Dakota, about 20 minutes. They're kind of the
A new
leading edge of
flash
those
flood
storms.
warning has been issued.
It's going to move through Slope County in about an hour, so roughly about 2.5 hours to Dickinson, unless storms pop up out ahead, which there are a couple new storms. Yeah, we've gotten some new storm development also here on the state line with North Dakota and Montana. So Dickinson roughly about 2 hours, but if you get a new storm that pops up here, it could be a little quicker. Yeah, you guys are in a tornado watch that goes until midnight in the central time zone, so 11 in the mountain time zone. And it is a high-end tornado watch. It includes a couple strong tornadoes are possible, scattered large hail up to tennis ball size is possible, and then also scattered damaging winds up to about 90 miles an hour. So we could get some destructive winds across this watch area. And yeah, we're flying blind a little bit with this cluster of storms. Hopefully they get that radar working. It was working just a little bit ago. Yeah, the last radar data we had when that Rapid City radar was working is these storms just went severe warn. There is kind of mid-level rotation in that cell near Buffalo, but that's the last, looks like the last radar scan we got. Further west into Montana, we have severe storms, quarter-size hail, 60-mile winds, a whole batch of storms that has hail and wind from Coldstrip, Forsyth, up through Jordan in eastern Montana. We have a new storm that's gone up in Roosevelt County. That storm has a little bit of rotation on it as well. That's moving towards areas around Brockton, Montana. Basically, these storms are moving north-northeast. So if you're in Montana, you may get a couple different rounds of storms. As you have some that are developing here in northeast Montana, and then you have this big batch back across the I-94 corridor. And then we do have strong storms, severe warned, tornado possible tag through Scobie. That area of rotation has backed off somewhat. And Environment Canada also does have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that storm as well, as it heads over towards Ogama and Bengo and some of those areas. Yeah, definitely. You could send her the link to our page, and we're going to be tracking storms all evening too. And I always recommend just have multiple ways to get warnings too. I'm sure if things get rolling, the local news media will also have you guys covered too. So I recommend doing that. Is tune into streaming coverage, and then also have your local news on as well for when things get rocking and rolling. And hopefully we can get that South Dakota radar up. They're trimming that one tornado warning. I'm surprised they just didn't cancel this warning, but tornado. Actually, it's gotten tighter in the last couple minutes. So, all right, yeah. So rotation has retightened a little bit near Brockport, Shady Grove. This is going to be just north of Paducah, Kentucky, into what is that? That was for Massac County in southern Illinois, over Brockport, moving east at 20. Yeah, there's that area of rotation. It did kind of reorganize a little bit. It has a little bit of a hook down in here, a little bit of a mini supercell. And yeah, that's where our area of rotation is. Look at it on spectrum width again. Yep, a little tighter also on spectrum width. This shows chaotic and wind speeds. Chaotic wind speeds are the brighter colors. Like some of the radar products, there are clear air contamination, so don't worry about some of that, but it's this area right in there that is showing a little bit more chaotic wind speeds. And that checks out with the velocity scan as well. So Shady Grove, this may work its way towards New Liberty and may eventually cross back into Kentucky around Smithland, Miller Landing, Heater. So keep an eye on that storm. Tornado warning there continues. And then let's take a look at this cell near Lake City. It's now east of I-24 near Eureka, Kentucky. This one's still staying fairly broad. Eureka, Swanee, down through the land between the lakes area, and then Woodland Hills, Commerce Landing, Dryden Estates, Eden Bay. It's getting into some really, again, some really popular tourist areas and popular recreational areas. So continue to stay in a safe place, lowest level into your room, away from windows. If you're in a camping trailer, mobile home, temporary structure, tent, or anything like that out here for recreational activities, you need to find a safe, sturdy structure that has a permanent foundation. And yeah, that one may have produced a brief tornado near Calvert City earlier, so definitely that is a storm to watch. Yeah, we'll check back on that storm too. That one definitely has a little bit more potential now. It's wrapped up a little tighter. Out in the northern high plains, we're still seeing those severe storms near Hot Springs, Buffalo Gap, south of the Rapid City area. Those are continuing to move towards Rapid City. So down there south of Box Elder, towards Hermosa, along South Dakota Highway 79 and US 18. Large hail is mostly the threat with those storms right now. Large hail and damaging winds. Our watch areas in Nebraska are fairly quiet at the moment, but still seeing some storms starting to go up. Yeah, seeing some new storm development between Mitchell and Alliance, Nebraska. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. That's Box Butte County. Nothing severe yet, but seeing that development in a favorable region. And then we've lost a few of the warnings across southern parts of Montana, as well as Wyoming. It looks like the severe threat may be shifting away from Wyoming at the moment, with this cluster storms here in eastern Montana, Baker, down across the border to Buffalo, South Dakota. And then those are starting to push into southwest North Dakota around the Bowman area. Yeah, we've lost a couple of these warnings in here south of Forsyth. So there's still some pockets of some small hail, maybe some gusty winds, but less of a severe risk, at least in the short term, across I-94 from Hysham over towards Forsyth. And Miles City, you might actually miss out on some of the worst of it. Looks like that batch of storms is working to your east, and then the strongest part of this second batch may actually work towards your north and northwest. Severe storms also up lifting up towards Jordan on the Montana Highway 200 and also Montana Highway 59. Yeah, pockets of gusty wind with those. These are storms in eastern Montana to watch. They're a little bit more discreet than a couple of our bigger clusters. There's also a new storm that looks like it's gone up near Fox Lake. Yeah, just in the last, about 35, 40 minutes. So that's a new storm. Likely has a little bit of hail already in that, lifting towards Fox Lake. It'll probably get a severe warning pretty soon. This could have a little bit larger hail than it's being warned for. Looking at hail sizes in here, right in here, there's a kind of a little kidney bean of some larger hail. And yeah, that shows up on a couple different products. In Roosevelt County, lifting towards Brockton, Montana, along Highway 2. That also includes Fort Kipp and areas north of Brockton. Let's see, zooming in here, pretty close. Montana Highway 344 north of Brockton. Continue to stay in a sturdy structure there. Some gusty winds. Yeah, there's some gusty winds in this surging out with some of that hail core, so we'll keep an eye on that. That could accentuate the wind threat in that storm as well. And then the U.S. is almost done with this storm near Scobie. Still seeing some gusty winds also in that storm and large hail. Being warned for about golf ball size hail, lifting into Saskatchewan around Big Beaver, Saskatchewan, and then that'll ride up Saskatchewan Highway 34. So if you have interest there, looks like there's also some storms with gusty winds. You can see this little Boeing feature in here. That's surging out towards Provincial Highway 13, and that may get up towards areas around Willow Branch, and then north and east from there. So yeah, rough day in Saskatchewan too. Check out these Kentucky storms again. We've lost a few of those other severe warnings. There's still some strong storms. Hartford, Kentucky, Leachfield, down towards areas like Bowling Green, Cave City. There's a ton of different flash flood warnings. So if you're anywhere here in central Kentucky, please turn around, don't drown. That includes areas south of Louisville. Wouldn't be surprised if they add Louisville eventually into some of this flash flood warning. And then that also extends out into southern portions of Indiana. We still have the flash flood emergency ongoing. That's for Gibson and Pike counties. That continues until 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central Time. This is where emergency management already reports water rescues occurring, 4 to 10 inches of rain, and then an additional 1 to 2 inches more. So close to a foot of rain across those areas in southern Indiana. And as it gets dark this evening, it's going to get more dangerous for flash flooding. So if you can find a safe, dry location before it gets dark. And the other thing you want to do is find a safe and dry location before the water comes up, ideally. If you live in an area that's flood prone across central Kentucky and southern Indiana, you may want to take action now while it's still light out and before the water comes up. A lot of times in flash flood situations, when the water comes up, it's a little bit too late. And then seeing still broad rotation, but it has weakened some over this area, Eureka, Kentucky, over towards Indian Hills, Wildwood Hills. Still continue to stay in your safe space here, Western Kentucky, Livingston, Marshall, and Lyon counties. Our other storm that is tornado warned kind of flared back up a little bit. It looks like it's now broadened back out just in here near Shady Grove. Yeah, still does have a little bit of shear in there too. Near Shady Grove, I wouldn't be surprised if they extend this warning through Smithland. It's going to cross the Ohio River again, Hamlettsburg, and New Liberty. Let's see, checking chat. We can double check. I don't believe it is, but let me look at some of the latest model data. There's a chance that some storms across this area. There's a boundary basically draped along the Ohio River. And it's been basically a stationary boundary. So that boundary has kind of been the dividing line between some very rich, very humid and unstable air to the south of that, and then a little bit calmer air across the northern tier. That boundary is kind of staying along here, so you may get more rounds of storms. The severe chances for Pennsylvania are limited tonight. The severe weather in Kentucky isn't really headed that direction overnight. This is in far western Kentucky, so it's not like it's up here towards Cincinnati or Ironton, where sometimes storms up there, kind of in this region, can skirt into southern parts of Pennsylvania. This is a batch that would continue working more across the mid-south. But let's just double check that. I always like to check radar or model data as it comes in. And let's get some new model data loaded in here. Yeah, that's the latest model data has that batch of storms across western Kentucky into the overnight hours, working into central Kentucky. and then into the early morning hours, potentially working into the Appalachians, Southwest, West Virginia, even Western Virginia, and then continuing that energy should weaken as it gets into the morning hours. But the remnants of that may actually kick off more storms across the Carolinas tomorrow afternoon. So potentially a few more severe storms across those areas. It looks like more of the energy stays across the mid-south into the Carolinas and mid-Atlantic. There are storm chances across Pennsylvania, but not as widespread for severe weather. You can kind of see where that boundary is along here. So still a focal point. Oh, no. Sorry about that, Hyper. Well, I got the new Streamlabs moderator bot, and it sometimes gets a little picky with capitalization. So it thought Hyper was spamming. Hyper actually said thanks. He or she has been jumping around asking other people, and I'm the only one that answered. So, and the the bot said that was spam. I'm sorry, Hyper. I got your message. I got to keep updating the bot, but the problem is the settings for the bot that I've started using to moderate. The problem is it's hard to update the settings before the live stream. So it kind of takes tweaking as I'm actually in the live stream to see how picky it's going. So I apologize about that. But yeah, Pennsylvania, not much of a severe risk. If you're new here, Hyper, like and subscribe. You can click the bell icon, get notified when we go live. We focus here on science-based weather communication. So I'm not really big on the clickbait. Unfortunately, there's a lot of social media clickbait. And yeah, that model also shows in this Storm Prediction Center forecast. So there is a chance of storms. You may not miss out on a few storms, but this is this light green color is essentially the lowest Storm Prediction Center category, just basically general thunderstorms. And for Pennsylvania tomorrow, it looks like now they have added actually a level 1 out of 5 risk for parts of the Carolinas, likely based on just what we were seeing. The remnants of today's activity works down into the Carolinas tomorrow. So yeah, less of a storm chance tomorrow. And then it's just going to get really hot. They have upped the storm chances for tomorrow a little bit across the northern plains, so we'll probably be live again tomorrow. And also just note, they have added today a day 3 risk across most of Minnesota, as well as down into the mid-Missouri Valley around Sioux City for, this would be Monday, will likely be on Monday as well. Interestingly, tomorrow they don't have a tornado risk across this area. It's mostly a wind and hail risk. We'll see. They may add that tornado risk in. But then Monday, there's the Monday risk area yet. So that'll change before we get there. But yeah, there's the wind risk tomorrow. And some larger hail also possible. I wouldn't be surprised if roughly in that hail area, usually if we get larger hail, it's because they're supercells, and supercells can produce tornadoes, even if they're a little more elevated. I wouldn't be surprised if they add, let's say, a 2% tornado risk in this area. But I have not done a deep dive into tomorrow yet. And just, I don't think we went over it earlier today, but here's today's risk areas. This is the enhanced risk across the areas of eastern Montana and western Dakotas. Within that, there is our tornado risk. The hatched area is the strong tornadoes possible. Williston, Watford City, Manning, Dickinson, Bowman, Heidegger, Mott, Bison, Buffalo. And then the wind risk has come up actually quite a bit in the last couple of different outlooks. There's a double hatch. That's an area there, Dickinson, Williston, Glendive, that could have some 90-mile-an-hour winds potentially. And then the hail threat is also fairly large. Williston, Glendive, Dickinson, Miles City, Baker, Heidegger, Broadus, and Dupree, with some isolated large hail back into areas eastern Wyoming and even down into the western portions of Nebraska, potentially some large hail. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's how that goes, unfortunately. It takes so long to get everything fixed up, and then all of a sudden you have like another chance of hail or wind and stuff like that. I know that happened to my parents. It took quite a bit of time. They had some hail damage, and it took quite a bit of time going through insurance and getting everything fixed up. And the whole neighborhood needed new roofs and siding and stuff. And then you're back into severe weather season again. So by the time you get the house fixed up, it's like it's go time again. A couple areas this week have had rounds of severe winds. Even last night, there was a 96-mile-an-hour wind report in central parts of Oklahoma. That area had a derecho earlier last week. So a couple different rounds of 70 to 90-mile-an-hour winds. Good afternoon, Kelly. How's it going today? Yeah, no problem. And at Hyper, if you hang around long enough, I think the bot does kind of filter for regulars too. So, but I'll check the settings and kind of back that down a little bit. Did we get this radar up and running again? No, we have not. Yeah, already poor radar coverage out here, and we've lost the Rapid City radar a little while ago this evening. So some of these storms probably deserve more paying attention to, but that's basically all we have. We're looking at 25,000 feet up. So yeah, we're looking about halfway up through the areas, but really the low to mid levels of the atmosphere. Once you get up to the 40,000 foot range, you're in the jet stream level winds. So areas that actually matter for severe weather, we're about halfway up looking at these storms. So the only thing I can really see is there's hail cores in here. There's hail core there, potentially there, and then a couple there around Buffalo. So any of these storms potentially could have probably lime-size hail, 2-inch diameter hail, 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds. And before we had the radar data, we were looking at a couple areas of rotation around the Buffalo storm. I think it was this storm also had a little bit of rotation in it. So we'll keep an eye on those. But right now we're kind of flying blind on those storms. Hey, Cookie Wookie. Not necessarily. It's going to go after dark, if that's kind of the main question. But let's look at that model again. At least earlier, it looked like the model's kind of between about now and about 10 or 11 at night, but let's just kind of see how this looks. Yeah, it's going to continue sweeping up across eastern Montana, the western parts of the Dakotas, and then potentially up into southern Saskatchewan. That's why there's a tornado watch also up in southern Saskatchewan, basically between the Canadian border and Regina, Saskatchewan. And then slowly start to weaken as it gets up that way. And then things should kind of start to weaken as they push into central parts of the Dakotas. But yeah, this is about 1 a.m. So from now until about 1 a.m., that's when the prime severe threat across these areas looks like it's going to be. But even across the overnight hours, this may push some isolated severe weather across towards the Fargo and the Red River Valley. And even tomorrow morning, could have some spicier storms into central parts of Minnesota. And then we kind of reset for tomorrow afternoon. And you can see this model is fairly representative of what the model data showed the last few days, is starting as supercells, and that's where we really have to watch for tornado risk, any of these embedded supercells. And then fairly quickly, it does organize a mesoscale convective system, this big bow echo. And this, if this verifies, this could be where we get some of those 90-mile-an-hour winds on the apex of that bow. On this model run, it would be kind of right along the state line. If you're in western North Dakota or extreme eastern Montana, that's kind of where that apex of the bow is on this model data. But that may shift also. The model is just showing what it thinks might happen. And yeah, that kind of expands out as it goes into the Canada. So yeah, not a not a full overnight threat, but still one you have to watch out for. This is some of the newest model data, and I like this model data. I think I talked about it on our latest forecast videos. There's a possibility, and some models showed it yesterday too, of a couple different Boeing segments. So we may get a couple different clusters also working through. Looks like particularly this one likes the northern cluster. So Dickinson, Williston, up through Weyburn and Estevan, Saskatchewan. This may be a little bit more of a focused corridor that the model data likes, but we certainly would have to watch this area too, out towards Billings. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, the severe threat is really just kind of kicking off. And we still have the tornado risk. It expires in 2 minutes, so I think they'll let this one drop. Let's take a look at it. There was a little bit of rotation in there, but it stayed fairly broad. You can see it also in the spectrum width. It's basically approaching Commerce Landing. Yeah, near the Cravens Bay campground. So hopefully those locations that are campers got to a safe place there. We have not seen any debris signature with this for a while. May have produced a brief tornado near Calvert City earlier. Our other cell near New Liberty is not being warned. This has had an on and off tornado warning. It looks like it's much weaker than it was earlier. So Smithland, Heater, New Liberty, storm to keep your eye on, but right now that is not a severe storm. Do take note of that storm because it has had a couple different tornado warnings. You may have to take tornado safety precautions fairly quickly if a new warning is issued there. And yeah, we'll see if they re-up that tornado warning there. South of Eddyville. Eddyville, Calvert City, you guys are in better shape right now. And let's see. Looking at our Nashville camera. Nashville, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch here this evening. I noticed rain was picking up on our Nashville camera, and that is because there's a storm over it. It's like a small storm has popped up over the Nashville metro, especially Nashville and points east. So a small storm, but that's going to add to the Nashville traffic. And then if anyone has friends down at the shore here today, North Carolina, kind of rough still. Those storms are weakening as they push across the Outer Banks. Still some feisty storms out towards Cape Hatteras. That's a pretty nasty storm. But then things start to clear out past there. Some of the strongest storms missed areas in Norfolk and Virginia Beach. There is a cluster of storms still hanging on across that area, but that has also weakened. So if you have plans this evening in the Tidewater, it looks like things are starting to calm down across much of areas eastern Virginia there. One more batch of storms back across the Piedmont, though. We'll keep an eye on those. They seem to be weakening as well, though. A couple storms Lynchburg down to Roxborough, and then near Rockingham.
Has been issued.
Did that other warning get reissued? It did. All right, they have reissued the storm around Lamasco, Commerce Landing, Wildwood Hills. Take a look at shear rate. Yeah, it's kind of maintained itself. Still seeing shear rate fairly confident of rotation in there, and it looks a little healthier than it did just a few minutes ago. Yeah, still kind of hanging on near Commerce Landing. So they've extended this warning out another 28 minutes. That's for southeastern Lyon County in western Kentucky, moving east, kind of east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Yeah, hyper. It's been a very active pattern, especially across the Ohio Valley. It's been a super active pattern. There is going to be a break period. The problem is that break comes with some extreme heat over the next week. Next week plus. Some longer range model data shows that this heat wave may last actually quite a while. All right, there's the latest. Actually, sorry, not the latest. Let's drag that ahead. All right, there's the latest for this tornado warning and this tornado warning storm. Lamasco, it's going to be about 5 minutes or so, and then Montgomery, Kentucky, about 36 minutes. Gracie, 45. Cadiz, if it starts to turn a little bit more southerly, especially north of Cadiz, would be about 24 minutes. South of Hobson, 18 to 20 minutes. And then if it does get closer to Hopkinsville would be roughly about 60 plus minutes away. Still not moving very fast. It's moving east-southeast about 25 miles an hour. But yeah, it's in here near Commerce Landing. And actually looks a little bit tighter than it did just a few minutes ago. But Commerce Landing and Kentucky Highway 274 kind of paralleling I-24 right now. Dryden Estates, Commerce Landing, Lamasco, Black Hawk, and any other pretty small communities out here. It looks like that's about it. North of Rock Castle. This was our other cell. It was tornado warned a few minutes ago, so I just want to keep an eye on this. Still has some rotation in there just south of Smithland. And we'll fly all the way back to Montana and the Big Sky region here. We have a new storm that considerable threat near Gillette. Wow, it's in some really poor radar terrain there, but 70-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail along I-90 east of Buffalo, Wyoming. That's in northeast Wyoming right now. And then some good news is it looks like we did get the Rapid City radar back on. So we have new data out of Rapid City. Surprised this does not have a... Oh, it does. Yeah, this is all being severe warned. So there's severe warning, a big warning here for a bunch of different cells, but there is a cell that's working up just south of New Underwood, approaching Wasta with some hail and some gusty winds in there. And then another batch of cells down through Buffalo Gap, Hot Springs, Ulrich, 60-mile-an-hour winds, being warned for 1-inch hail, but there could be pockets in here that have a little larger than 1-inch hail. Another cell in Box Butte County around Hemingford in western Nebraska. Seeing that storm rapidly go up here over the last few minutes. Yeah, that cell was just a blip a little while ago, about an hour ago. That's developed a hail core near Hemingford and lifting to the north-northeast in western parts of Nebraska. Dawes and Box Butte counties. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. It does look like this cluster mostly east of Rapid City. And then I do want to look at these cells near Buffalo. Yeah, there is broad rotation still in this cell near Buffalo, South Dakota. That cell has continued to show tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and at least 2-inch diameter hail. There's a pocket in here that may have some larger hail as well. Looking at, it's going to be a little bit messier to read. But yeah, there is a bit of a hail spike in there. So Hail core just north of Buffalo. That may have missed the town of Buffalo, but continue to basically stay in a sturdy structure. That's going to lift towards Bowman. And then we have severe warning storms also into Montana, Baker, and areas there lifting up towards Willoughby or Wilbo. They did warn that new cell that went up near Fox Lake, Montana. That's newly warned there. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're also seeing that strong storm near Brockton, also showing some large hail. That area, actually, the original warned hail core has come down, but that storm has back built on itself. It's a new hail core is coming south of Brockton. That's going to lift over town. So areas like Brockton may have actually gotten like 2 or 3 rounds of some gusty winds and larger hail. It's like a couple of more hail cores lifting up towards you. Each of those could have 1 to 1.25 inch size hail. Same for that area north along 251, Montana 251. And then we've lost that severe warning cell near Scobie. That is a severe warning storm in Canada. Severe thunderstorm warning there south of Provincial Highway 13 as that storm lifts off along the Canadian border around Big Beaver. Minton, Big Muddy Lake, Big Beaver, Congress, and Avalea are in that warning polygon by the Environment Canada. And then some good news is we've lost some of our western warnings around the Jordan, Montana region down towards Forsyth. Some of those storms have weakened a little bit. There are a couple flash flood warnings also in that region, but yeah, those storms are on a downtrend somewhat. Still some gustier winds right in that cell near Jordan and Highway 200. But yeah, those cells a little bit less intense than they were earlier. It'd be interesting to see what happens because some of these cells are clustering together a little bit quicker than the models had. We also do have a number of discrete cells across eastern parts of Montana. They're discrete, but they're not really rotating, so less of a tornado threat right now across eastern Montana. And yeah, it's this is a batch of storms that I'm interested in. That's going to continue lifting off to the north and northeast across parts of North Dakota into a fairly favorable environment for tornadic development. So particularly that Buffalo cell I'm interested in as it lifts up towards Bowman. And we'll see what some of these other cells do as they lift across the North Dakota border there. All of those are dangerous cells capable of producing some large hail and damaging winds. But yeah, right now, not imminently tornadic in most of those. Some of that may also be that we're still pretty far from the radar site here. We're still in pretty poor radar coverage. Yeah, so we're not getting a great low-level look at things. Yeah, that cell near Buffalo and just north of there is maybe one of the stronger cells right now in this cluster with potentially some larger hail too. It may have more than lime-size hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning, an extension of that tornado warning cell. This is the same cell that's come out of Paducah really since our stream started. Even just before that, it was tornado warned Caldwell and Trigg counties in western Kentucky, moving east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour near the Cravens Bay campground. And this does include Interstate 24 between mile marker 55 and 60. So yeah, right now it's continuing to basically stay parallel and just south of Interstate 24. there's enough rotation in here, and it's a pretty low level look that we're still seeing, and it's been there for a while. Still seeing rotation in there. Winds wrapping away from the radar and towards the radar. And it's had a pronounced hook at times. It's right now not as pronounced as it was, but this is generally the area there near Lamasco and Dryden Estates that we're watching for that area of rotation. Hobson, we called you guys out earlier. Again, I think that was about a 45 to hour warning there, so hopefully extending some of these warnings out. Cobb, Wallonia, and areas just north of Cadiz, between Cadiz and Hobson, tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. And yeah, this is generally still lifting towards the Hopkinsville area, so we do have to pay attention if you're in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. I don't know what I clicked on there. Something. Yeah, there's some of your communities in the path of that. So Wallonia, and basically the end of the current warning polygon, about 20, 22 minutes. Same for about Cobb. And then if that holds together, Montgomery, 30 minutes. Gracie, 40. And Hopkinsville, just on the edge of this, about an hour away still. Like that small storm has moved east of Nashville. Very small storm, but yeah, I'm sure that didn't help Nashville traffic. So portions of southeastern Montana, Carter, Custer, Fallon counties, they've continued this cluster of storms basically near the Dakota border there, moving northeast at 30. Golf ball size hails, they have upped the wind, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a public report at the airport weather station in Baker. So this is now a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Baker, right in this area here along Montana Highway 7. This cluster may have been a little bit stronger a while ago, but again, we're in really poor radar coverage out here in eastern Montana. So yeah, with that wind report, we'll continue to take basically stay in a sturdy structure away from windows. There is a tornado possible tag also in that. We get slightly better radar data into western parts of South Dakota. Still seeing this storm being warned considerable threat for lime size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It could even have more than lime size hail, basically in there along Highway 85. And that's going to continue lifting up towards Scranton, Bowman, Reeder, areas in southern Bowman County. This is the state line between South Dakota and North Dakota. So it is going to cross North Dakota south of Bowman, basically along Highway 85. The storm just keeps back building on itself near Brockton, with more strong cells going up south of Brockton. Gusty winds, a little bit of broad rotation also showing there, and the hail core has come up quite a bit on this cell. Wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to golf ball, potentially a little bit larger hail south of Brockton. Otherwise, that cell actually near Fox Lake has come down in intensity just a little bit. Those are all west of Sydney, right along the state line with Montana and North Dakota. Our other severe cells out here are still basically working east of Rapid City. This is a really nasty cell east of the Rapid City area. Potentially some 60 plus mile an hour winds in here, seeing a little pocket there of some 65 mile an hour gusts. And that's continuing to lift across Creston and eventually along the I-90 corridor from about Quinn and Wall up to areas east of the Rapid City Metro. That's in Pennington County. And that's not the only storm. These areas are going to continue to get some storms. Severe warning cells behind there also being warned for half dollar size hail and 60 mile an hour winds. This cell near Alliance now has a tornado possible tag on it as well, near Hemmingford, 60 mile an hour winds and golf ball size hail, and rotation has picked up a little bit. Looks like in that cell just in the last few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that's lifting up along Highway 385, Dawes and Box Butte County in western Nebraska. We also have a cluster of storms, poor radar coverage, so you're not getting a really good look at these. But there is a cluster of storms here. Grable, Buffalo Basin, the Bighorn National Forest, portions of northeast Wyoming, 70 mile an hour winds, and some small hail in those cells. Some really high and remote terrain, but continue to take continue to take severe weather precautions there. Bouncing around a little bit since we still have the tornado warning storm in parts of western Kentucky. Shear rate has come down a little bit, but this storm has pulsed several times. So just because it's a little bit weaker than it was earlier, it may try and pulse back up. We'll see if it does. The storm itself has come down in intensity. It now has a little bit more pronounced hook than it did a little bit ago. But yeah, it is definitely downtrended. Those two cells in western Kentucky are interesting because they've had tornado warnings at times. But yeah, I believe are just kind of riding a rain-cooled boundary from all the morning convection and storms. Yeah, there's a bit of a rain-cooled boundary in there. It's 84 at Clarksville with winds out of the west-southwest. And it's 73 in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Winds out of the east-northeast slightly. So right along that I-24 corridor, there's a bit of a rain-cooled boundary. And if that storm continues to kind of ride along I-24, it has a little bit better instability to work with and a little less rain-cooled air. So we'll see. That's an interesting storm. There's our subscribe link there for some of our new viewers tonight here on WeatherCast Live. Thanks for joining us. If you're just tuning in, we're following severe warning cells, eastern Montana, portions of northeast Wyoming, and also into portions of the Dakotas. couple severe warned cells, but also flash flooding is an ongoing threat across the Ohio Valley, and then diminishing severe cells across the eastern portions of the Carolinas. As the evening continues, we'll likely lose the severe storms across the Carolinas, should lose most of the severe activity across the Tennessee Valley and the Ohio Valley. So our focus will kind of shift back up into the northern plains, but still watching a couple isolated chances of a tornado or two across portions of the Tennessee Valley and the Ohio Valley. And then we'll see, there is an isolated chance of some severe storms also in Texas. I don't think I covered that earlier, but there is a level 1 out of 5, a marginal risk in western Texas. Looks like there's a couple storms firing west of Childress. So we'll also keep an eye on isolated severe threat there. That's a new cell that's gone up near Childress, Texas. So we'll keep an eye on those two. And yeah, some of our storms are just starting to get into the tornado watch area where some of the more favorable environments are located. And you can see the slight risk across the mid-south into the Carolinas, the large slight risk across the northern plains, and then within that there is the enhanced risk, western parts of North Dakota, western South Dakota, and eastern portions of Montana. So they have upped that warning around the Buffalo area, considerable threat, lime size hail, still seeing lime size plus, and then 70-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated, but there may be some potential there. We get some data out of that one with a mesonet site. But yeah, the pocket of heavier hail is in this area north of Buffalo on US 85. And then there is another pocket also of hail just west of Buffalo, South Dakota. This storm is lifting to the north and east, only at 15 miles an hour, so relatively slow movement. They have also warned a considerable threat tag for Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties in southwestern North Dakota, for those storms working out to the north at about 30 miles an hour. It's kind of a big complex of them, basically in here east of Baker and just south of Bowman along Highway 12. Pockets of heavy wind and also some pockets of larger hail. And we talked about this earlier that we might get some new development in parts of western North Dakota. It's like we are getting a new storm, tornado possible tag, and already some golf ball size hail radar indicated there in Dunn, Billings, and Stark counties, moving north at 30. About 21 miles north of Dickinson. It is going, or west of Dickinson, is going to continue working away from the Dickinson area. But yeah, this area does have a little bit of rotation already on it near Belfield, North Dakota. Just now crossing I-94 at US 85. So right now it's at US 85 and 94. It's going to lift up towards Manning. Boy, there's pretty small communities. I have to zoom in and find them. Gorham, 6 Mile Corner. So if you're north of Belfield and north of Dickinson on US 85 or North Dakota Highway 22, Manning, this would be about 50 minutes or so. That's if it turns more east, though. It is right now moving a little more north So it may actually go west of Manning, but we'll keep an eye on it. Manning, you are in that warning polygon. It means it's time to seek a sturdy structure away from windows. There's also a lot of lightning with that storm. And then a big cluster of storms lined up into western portions of North Dakota and now into eastern portions of Montana, east of Scobie, and in this area south of Plentywood, seeing quarters and 60-mile-an-hour winds there. This area has had some rounds of hail around Brockton in Roosevelt County. 60 in at least quarters there. I think there's probably a little larger than that, potentially more like lime-sized hail. And then some of these cells have diminished a little bit around Fox Lake, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Same for the areas around Glendive and Webo or Wybo. Considerable threat. Baker up to Plevna. We had a report in Baker of 70-mile-an-hour winds at the airport. So that's a cell that means business into southeastern portions of Montana. And then seeing that severe warning cluster of storms near Buffalo, that's also considerable threat in Harding County for lime-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see what happens. I kind of agree with one of the model runs that we looked at a little bit ago. We may see this area kind of cluster together and push to the northeast across western portions of North Dakota. I'm curious if we'll see some of these storms around Rapid City and into areas in western Nebraska. We may see that cluster together and push towards the north and northeast across most of South Dakota. So some of the models favored one convective system, and then other models favored two. It'll be interesting to see. We might see more of the two convective systems. They both could bring damaging winds, hail, and embedded tornadoes. And speaking of that, we're going to continue a tornado warning. Continues another 31 minutes for this cell near Cadiz, Kentucky. This is a warning there for Trigg County,
flash flood warning
moving east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour near Cobb or near Cadiz. Let's take a look at this storm again. It does have a little bit of a hook feature on it. Not crazy. It doesn't have a crazy area of rotation on it. There still is kind of weak rotation, basically along I-24. This has had a history of rotation, as well as it may have produced a brief tornado around Calvert City based on our correlation coefficient. And it is a supercell. It just, it's on the weaker side of being a supercell. So we'll see it's generally lifting along I-24 towards Hopkinsville. Keep an eye on that one. Yeah, there's the new warning that goes out for Trigg County. Just the timing, it's going to be less than an hour, a little less than an hour for Hopkinsville at about 25. Yeah, it brings it into Hopkinsville in about 43 minutes. This is Aguacero weather. Let me send you the link to that. Radar, that should work. That should pull the link. There it is right there. And if you're new to Aguacero, they do have a free version. You can take a look, see how it works for you. But it's an amazing radar app. Really amazing digital weather visualization that we can get out of it. We can layer all kinds of stuff on here. And yeah, they've had several major updates recently, so they continue to innovate and update. And they've been really good to us, so that's been a great thing. Customer service is always appreciated. But yeah, continue to watch that cell. Let's go back. There's a cell west and north of Dickinson. That's not headed towards you guys, though, right now. We are seeing some new development just south and west of Dickinson, so you guys might start to get into some stormy times. These cells aren't moving that fast right now, but otherwise your severe storms, cluster of severe storms back through Slope and Bowman counties. they are working to the north and east at about 30 miles an hour. So for this main batch of storms, it's going to be still a little while for Dickinson. Roughly, let's just do this. Hold on. Yeah, it's still going to be a while. Amadon, about 25 minutes or so. New England, roughly about 45. Make it up to areas south and west of Dickinson, still about an hour away. But then you may have a couple more storms that go up just closer to town. So this may be, we'll keep an eye on this one. It's not severe or anything yet, but seeing some new development east of this main cluster of storms. We'll keep an eye on Dickinson. But next hour, you may get some storms, and then it's still hour and a half, 2 hours away for some of these stronger cells right now crossing into North Dakota. This cell is still showing some organization to it south of Brockton. Rotation, a little bit of shear zone in there, so we'll keep an eye on this. And then also the hail core continues to intensify. The hail core coming up, still being warned for quarters, but I think there's more than quarters in there. Let's take a look at ZDR and see. Yeah, there's a pocket of some hail and wind in there. Still south of Brockton in Roosevelt. And then still seeing the considerable threat around Buffalo, South Dakota. Lime-size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. Buffalo and points north along Highway 85. That storm has really slowed down. That's just kind of sitting there. I think it's being warned at 15 miles an hour, but it might even be slower than that. And then this area is a big mess east of Rapid City, east of Box Elder. We have overlapping warnings. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in Pennington County for that cell. And then another cell behind there, 60-mile-an-hour winds reported. And quarter size hail, that's lifting up towards Scenic in Custer County. And then we have more storms back towards Buffalo Gap, quarters to half-dollar size hail. I think any of these cells in here could be similar to that lead cell. They could be in that ping pong ball size range. So there's, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hail cores in here. You may be in this area in and out of hail for several rounds. That's a nasty cluster of storms into western parts of South Dakota. Let's see. Taking a look at this cell again. Still tornado warned. It still continues to weaken. Yeah, spectrum width has come down quite significantly. It still has a little hook on it near Wallonia, Kentucky, and approaching Montgomery, Kentucky, Gracie, and Buffalo. But this storm continues to weaken. It doesn't look imminently tornadic, but if you're in that area, that's Trigg County. Continue to stay in your safe place. I may have missed some chats. Let's see. No, they don't. We'll see, Georgia. Hopkinsville, we flagged, I think, about an hour ago. They're in line of this storm, but it's not imminently tornadic. It's still roughly about 45 minutes from Hopkinsville, maybe even a little more. So, and it continues on a weakening trend. So over the next 45 minutes or so, we'll continue to look at it. Hopkinsville, just be aware. But yeah, it's not a high-end tornado threat right now. It looks more impressive on the reflectivity than it does on velocity. It's a little mini supercell. But velocity data shows almost nothing at the moment. It's come down significantly in velocity. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it though. But yeah, it is generally headed for the Hopkinsville area. Let's see. The cameras are separate from Aguacero. Like, oh, what's going on with my camera setup? Why is that being weird? There it goes. No, that's just part of my that's just part of my overlay. So that's all separate from Aguacero. Same for the warning system. That's the radar app. All you see on the main screen this way, that's all Aguacero. But all the stuff below me and above me, that's all customized layout. Aguacero does have warnings across. You can see it on the screen here. They do have little pop-up warnings. Like up here on the screen, that's an Aguacero warning. It roughly usually pops up at about the same time. But that's Aguacero up here. So that's a nice feature. Like that one that just popped up. And actually it's almost the same timing as the warning graphics I have. So that shows that the warning graphics I have are pretty snappy, but also the Aguacero is getting the warnings very quickly. And there's another warning feature. I have it pulled off to the side, but this is all on Aguacero. I can actually filter updates. I can just see severe. I can see winter stuff. I can see flood stuff. So I can filter warnings. And the newest warnings are also at the top too. So that's a nice little feature. I just have it kind of tucked to the side, but yeah, as new warnings and updated warnings get issued, I can see those real quickly. And you can click on these on Aguacero, so I can click and we can go swipe back to the newest tornado warning or swipe up to this new warning. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning there, 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail. And actually, let's take a look at this warning. Okay, yeah, tornado possible. There's the area of rotation. It's through Glasgow, approaching Edmonton in east central Kentucky, it looks like. Yeah. There's actually a little bit of shear also to its north. There's a couple areas of rotation. That area that they've warned is the furthest south, probably the more likely if any of those are going to produce. And then this is a little bit more favorable spot on the southern end of that storm. But yeah, that's a nasty storm. Cumberland, Barron, Metcalfe, and Adair counties in south central Kentucky. And that is moving to the east at 40. So a little faster pace there. Let's see. And actually what I'm going to do, sometimes you'll see me use the cell track tool, but I can also switch the line track tool since this has a couple different potential areas of circulation. Yeah, we'll cover the whole leading edge of this and track that out at 40. That way we got everybody covered up. Edmonton, 7 minutes. Columbia, Kentucky, 26. Russell Springs, 44. And Jamestown, 48. So I like to do that. That gives a little bit wider perspective, and you get some communities that are outside of the warning polygon. Let's see. No, the Aguacero has a free version, and then if you want more and more features, there is paid versions and paid tiers, but a lot of the base stuff, if you're just getting involved in weather or just want to kind of play around with the features and how it works, it actually works kind of like I can kind of pull it onto my screen, but kind of works like almost like a Photoshop kind of thing. You can layer all kinds of different features from model data to radar data, and you can kind of layer them. I can move them up and down, or I can delete layers, and it's really customizable. But then the free version, I think you can do some basic stuff. You may be able to save a layer or bundle of layers, but then if you want more bundles and more layers and stuff, you can always add those. But yeah, might have to. A lot of people are asking. I might have to make a more of a tutorial video. They have some tutorial videos too. They have a YouTube with tutorial videos too. Yeah, we're going to be, I think, live tomorrow as well. Levi. Tomorrow looks like another severe weather day. In the northern plains especially, but we may actually get more severe weather also in the Carolinas tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, it's about 7:30, so we're getting some updates to these warnings. Quite a bit of updates, actually. Let's take a look at this one. This was the tornado possible severe thunderstorm east of Belfield. Yeah, still has a little bit of rotation on it. Kind of tucked up in the hail core in there. Actually, yeah, that's its problem. It kind of was on its own for a minute, but those storms have popped up on the southern flank of it. Actually, we may have a developing tornado very briefly. Near 6 Mile Corner. We'll keep an eye on this. It's going to be really hard to see. Correlation coefficient isn't very useful here. We're far from the radar site, and this area of rotation is actually tucked up under the hail core, so it's going to be a hard one to see. But looks like those storms that have nudged this storm have actually caused it to spin just a little bit tighter. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. That's eastern Billings County, it looks like, in North Dakota. And that is lifting away from the Dickinson area. I think it's going to go west of Manning as well. Yeah, let me see. Let me grab those. They've added features and stuff since then, but still their base tutorials are I think still really useful. There's the link to Aguacero and their YouTube page. But yeah, they have a number of kind of brief tutorials, 5 to 10 minute long, that goes through a few of the basic tools and how to use Aguacero. But yeah, if you're interested in it, I would recommend watching that playlist. It looks like it's like 6 videos long. And yeah, that I watched, I think, every one before I reached out to them just to kind of make sure I knew what was going on with it. Even though I played around with it a little bit myself, it was easier to play around with it after watching the tutorials. Yeah, with this storm sitting over this area south of Brockton and Roosevelt County, Montana, we are now getting a flash flood warning, a couple inches of rain,
A new
and then
PDS
a couple
severe
inches
thunderstorm
more.
warning has been issued.
Also seeing considerable threat for train spotters, lime-sized hail in that cell to the south of there. That's near Fox Lake and areas along Montana Highway 200. There's a couple different hail cores in there. And then this cell now being warned east central Prairie County, areas around Wilbo, Dawson, and south central Richland counties. Moving north at 55, it's a destructive storm for Wibo or Wilbo. No, don't know if I'm pronouncing that one correct, but Wibaux. 80 mile an hour winds and quarter size hail. So destructive severe thunderstorm, you do want to treat that like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Make sure there's no glass, windows, skylights, those sort of things above you. Oh yeah, that probably has surged out at 55. There's been some storms over that same area along I-94, but it's this batch of storms, this cluster here, that's working up from the south. It's this cluster right there. It's going to continue working to the north, northeast, basically kind of paralleling the Montana and North Dakota border. Also considerable threat for 70 mile an hour winds and some ping pong ball size hail in southern parts of North Dakota, Bowman, areas around Scranton, Reeder, up towards Amadon, that area under the gun, a couple different cells in there with some hail and gusty winds. And then still seeing also the considerable threat, lime-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds now east-northeast of Buffalo. That's in Harding County. And yeah, those storms mean business in southwest parts of North Dakota. And it looks like we've lost our Rapid City radar data again. So that's going to basically put us in the blind for those storms. But there's, I think we saw earlier about 5 different storms in here that have considerable threat for at least probably golf ball size hail and then 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Wall, out towards the Badlands National Park, and then back towards Hot Springs and Ulrich. To get an update on this cell. Still radar indicated tornado warning for another 12 minutes or so. They've trimmed it up quite a bit though, just in the last couple minutes. So it's just eastern and northeastern Trigg County. I don't think they're going to extend it, but they might. But yeah, I mean it's a weakening supercell. It still is a little weak mesocyclone, so you see this hook in here. But that feature can stay around even after the storm diminishes. Mesocyclones can kind of spin down for actually quite a while. So I think that's what we're seeing here. The storm still has a little bit of a supercellular structure on it, but it's not tornadic. It's really lost all of its rotation. It's also shrunk in size. If anything, maybe a severe thunderstorm, but it doesn't also even have a lot of lightning with it, so I doubt they'll extend that warning. You want to check this other severe warning in Kentucky near Edmonton and Columbia, and it did have a tornado possible tag. Seeing broad rotation in there, Cork and Edmonton.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It's paralleling, I think that's the Eastern Kentucky Parkway. Yeah, Kentucky Highway 3234. That's going to continue generally working along the highway there towards Columbia, Sparksville, Weed,
A new
Gradyville.
severe thunderstorm warning.
We'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, and they've added a new destructive severe threat for those storms that we are just looking at in southern parts of North Dakota, Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties. Destructive severe thunderstorm for 80-mile-an-hour winds, and it looks like it's a weather spotter reported 80-mile-an-hour winds. Bowman, Scranton, Griffin, and Buffalo Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they are going to issue a tornado warning on that Billings County storm that we looked at rotation on just a few minutes ago as well. Still moving northeast at 45. These kicked up a little bit. Yeah, it's for this area right here in the Bowman storm. Kind of see it surging out right there between Bowman and Scranton. That's likely the 80-mile-an-hour winds. That puts it into Scranton right about now. And then if that holds together, New England and Regent, North Dakota, in about 36 to 46 minutes. So a couple dangerous storms there. One in North Dakota, Bowman County and Slope counties with the destructive tag, and then this area around Glendive
A new
and
tornado
Wabeau
warning has been issued.
Our newest tornado warning is this area in eastern Billings County for that area of rotation that we flagged just a few minutes ago. It was a little bit tighter just a few minutes ago, but there is that area of rotation near 6 Mile Corner. That has broadened a little bit, but still in here, just west of 6 Mile Corner, west of Highway 85. Yeah, seeing broad rotation. Wow, we're getting data still out of the Billings area. So This is kind of mid-level rotation. It was tighter a little bit ago, though. Yeah, before it was tornado warned. It's also still kind of lifting more northwest. They've oriented the warning a little more north, but actually this area probably also needs a warning in Billings County. There's not a lot of population out here. Doesn't look like there's any communities in the path of this, but still, if you live out here in eastern or east central Billings County along highway, looks like County Highway 735, still stay in your tornado safe space. That would be also north of the Roosevelt National Park. That cell is still generally west of Dickinson and staying there. But we still have to watch these strong cells near Amadon and in Slope County. Those may work up towards the Dickinson area. And then also those strong, considerable threats to destructive threats, Bowman down towards Buffalo. This radar has been on and off at Rapid City. So while we have the Rapid City radar back working, I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's kind of intermittently giving us data. Pennington County near Wall, still seeing that storm there with some golf balls in that. And then out towards the Badlands National Park, scenic in western parts of, that is into Nebraska. Nope, that's still, Badlands is still in South Dakota. Still seeing a strong storm there, potentially some $50 to golf ball size hail. And then same for this one, golf ball size hail around Ogallala and east of Ulrich. We have another cell, tornado possible, hail and gusty winds in this cell near Hemmingford. That cell has continued to increase in intensity. That's kind of a mess, but rotation is in there. It's just hail contaminated data. It does appear like there is kind of broad rotation under that hail contaminated data, though. Yeah, some of these storms out here are in fairly poor radar coverage. So they have issued a new tornado warning for west central Christian County in central Kentucky for the area around Hopkinsville. Still moving east at 20. Spotters actually reported a funnel cloud near Gracie. So that is interesting. That's right here. And somehow this storm is actually spinning again. Within one radar scan, look at that. Not much here when it was, actually they let that tornado warning expire, it looks like. And then as soon as, as soon as it's past Gracie, we actually now have a little area of rotation. So winds going away from the radar towards the radar. It looks like there's a little bit of a cell interaction with the little shower that's popped up to the south of the supercell. We're actually going to get a little mini cell merger in here, so we'll see how that affects this storm. But yeah, there's a little bit of a base right in there near Gracie that has rotation on it. Wow. This cell just continues to try to produce tornadoes as it has a couple times, even though it's not in a super crazy favorable environment, and it continues to look weaker. They have not brought this technically into Hopkinsville yet, but we'll see if they extend that out. If it does, Hopkinsville about 26 minutes or so. Pembroke 53, Fairview 59, Honeygrove 55. And yeah, there's still an area of rotation in there. That's very interesting. We'll see what it looks like after this little cell merger. Checking a couple of our other cameras, looks like things are getting dark on the Outer Banks. Still seeing some storms there. Whoops. This is one that is a little bit nice to see here. This is a flash flood warning around Evansville. Still flash flood warning in areas north of Evansville, but they have dropped the flash flood emergency. Again, it's going to take some time for the rivers and creeks and streams to drain and any flooded roadways to drain, but continue to stay in a safe, dry place. It does look like, in general, some of the roads are getting a little drier, and even some sun out. You can see a little bit of shade on some of the cars. So this area in western Indiana starting to dry out a little bit.
A new tornado warning
but
has been issued.
Yeah, that area has had tons of heavy rain. We'll see if we can catch this storm. It's this is out of Clarksville. This camera's kind of low, but a lot of trees around too. But this generally is headed for that camera position on the state line there at Tennessee and Kentucky. So keep an eye on this. Still seeing some rotation broadly in this cell near Weed and Nell, Sparksville. Radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds. This did have a tornado possible tag on it, but it stayed broad. It also looks like it's more of a wind threat at the moment. See the winds kind of gusting out in this bow echo shape. I wouldn't be surprised if they add actually more into that warning, just based on some of this bow echo shape in there. But Columbia, Russell Springs, Jamestown, you're going to get a strong storm regardless of any rotation in there. And yeah, rotation kind of backed off, still in there near Nell. Oops. We had severe warning storms in the Carolinas earlier. Most of that has all pushed offshore. So yeah, we'll things are calmed down there into the Carolinas. Looks like we'll probably not talk about you guys as much here in the next couple minutes. We did get a new warning out of the Dakotas. This is that has really ramped up in the last couple minutes. This is a storm that has come out of the Buffalo area in Harding County. It's been a storm that was tornado possible for quite a while, and now seeing rotation pick up in this cell. We're up about 12,000 feet, so it's pretty strong mid-level rotation. Yeah, really not gonna get a really good low-level look at this, but this is pretty tight and strong mid-level rotation. It's approaching areas along South Dakota Highway 79, just south of the state line. Haley, North Dakota. Keep an eye on this cell. It's just to your south, roughly about 8 miles south of Haley, North Dakota on the state line. Generally working to the east-northeast at 20 miles an hour. It's 5 miles northwest of Ralph, 27 miles northeast of Buffalo. And the one good news is it is in mainly rural areas of northeastern Harding and northwestern Perkins counties. But if you live out there north and east of Buffalo, tornado safe place. Continuing to also watch this area of 80-mile-an-hour winds pushing through the areas around Scranton, Reeder, and south of Amadon in Slope County. The Bowman area, I think we had a train spotter report of 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. The hail threat is also a little bit higher in those storms that are now north and east of Buffalo. And then, let's see, our other tornado warning is north and west of Dickinson. This has stayed fairly broad again. And actually, it was a couple areas of rotation tighter before that tornado warning. Yeah, they both broadened out quite significantly, but some broad rotation still in this cell in Billings County, North Dakota, west of Highway 85. That warning continues another 27 minutes, but I don't think that's imminently tornadic right now. And then still seeing the areas east of Glendive in Montana, 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds and quarter-size hail. That's lifting more north, kind of paralleling the North Dakota and Montana state line. There's some other cells in here, so that may affect some of this, but up towards Savage, and eventually keep an eye on this if you're in the Sidney, Montana area. We also have train weather spotter reports of golf ball size hail near the Fox Lake area up towards Brockton. Any of these cells in here between Fox Lake and Brockton and Culbertson, Montana could produce some golf ball size hail. And then flash flooding for those cells just kind of hanging out in that same area. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in Canada around Bengo and Ogama for this cluster that was severe warned in Montana earlier, lifting up to generally towards the Regina, Saskatchewan area, although the warning doesn't quite go up to there yet. It includes areas like south and west of Milestone right now. So basically covering that that line segment. They have added a tornado possible tag to this warning here. Considerable threat for Wabeau, Dawson, and Richland counties. Only moving north at 10 miles an hour, so you're going to be in this warning polygon a fairly extended amount of time, so get comfortable. Lowest level into your room is a good option with these destructive storms.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And considerable threat storms. They're also going to add a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those areas into southwest parts of North Dakota. Adams, eastern Bowman, Hettinger, eastern Slope, and southern Stark counties. This includes areas about 20 miles south and southwest of Dickinson. And those are moving east at 45. Destructive severe thunderstorm. We had at least the one section was confirmed by spotters earlier. But yeah, there's a couple different Boeing segments in here that we had to watch out for. And then on the southern end of that is the tornado warned storm. Still seeing a pretty tight mid-level rotation in here at about 13,000 feet. That's approaching areas along South Dakota Highway 79 in northeastern Harding County. Keep an eye on that one if you're in the Hettinger area as well. Hettinger up here along the state line. I do want to check briefly on this storm. Still doesn't look very healthy, but I think that little funnel cloud report near Gracie was probably the last gasp of this storm. It's still kind of undergoing a little bit of a cell merger. But I don't see a strong of rotation in there anymore. It kind of peaked briefly there near Gracie again and continues to shove off towards the Hopkinsville area. Any rotation still in it is in here west and north of Hopkinsville along Kentucky Highway 91 and US 68, just to the northwest of Hopkinsville. Hopkinsville, I don't know, we've been calling your name for a while, the last hour or so. If you're inside an interior room away from windows, you're probably going to be okay. I would just kind of be ready to take my tornado safe space just in case this flares up again, but just know where you're going to go, know and be ready for your tornado action plan in case they warn it across the Hopkinsville area. But yeah, it doesn't look imminently tornadic, and we're so close to the radar site. We're only looking up about 1,000 feet. So likely not missing low-level rotation or anything with that. So yeah, right now we have kind of some disorganized clusters of storms. They are trying to organize maybe a little bit better. We have this section in southern parts of South Dakota and northwestern portions of Nebraska. Kind of still somewhat discrete, but there's a bit of a clustering going on, especially on the leading edge of that near Phillip and Wall, some of those areas along Highway 90. Otherwise, we have a couple other cells that are severe warned in Nebraska. And then we have the kind of this separate, actually kind of like two separate clusters. Right now, they're still fairly disorganized, but we have this separate cluster. Most of this is lifting northerly across eastern Montana. And then we do have a little bit of a shift for some of these here into southwest parts of North Dakota, a little bit more of a shift to east-northeast. So we'll see if that kind of maybe separates some of these a little bit and organizes them more. Right now, this is one of the more organized clusters from south of I-94. That includes areas just south of Dickinson. You do want to be in a safe place away from windows, sturdy structure. Treat it similar to a tornado warning there. Southern Stark counties, basically just a couple miles south of Dickinson. Let's see. Yeah, from about 5 miles south of Dickinson, and then that continues south to all the way to the state line near Heidegger. A large area there of destructive severe thunderstorms. Not everybody's going to see the destructive winds, but there's pockets in here that are bowing out, especially this area from Amadon down through Scranton and basically to the state line. So Heidegger, Reeder, Regent, Mott, New England, and then points east of there. And then also seeing that rotation still in this tornado warned cell, eastern Harding County. And they are going to add a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm, considerable threat tag. This is some of the largest hail that we've seen warned for today. Eastern Harding, western Perkins counties. They are now warning for tennis ball size hail. Some of that hail also extends down along 79 towards Stroll. And that's all in eastern Harding County right now, but about to move in to areas there in Perkins County. So heads up there around the Bison area. Yeah, we've seen storms kind of go up on a boundaries along the areas there in Harding County. And you can see that boundary trails down towards Spearfish. So this may organize and spark some more storms. Already another boundary kind of in here. This may start to fill in into western parts of South Dakota along Highway 212. So we'll keep an eye on storm development there. Yeah, and still seeing a area of circulation there. Again, it's kind of mid-level circulation, but still seeing a fairly tight area of mid-level circulation crossing South Dakota Highway 79. Heads up there towards Lodgepole, South Dakota. It looks like one of the next main communities. They've also introduced a large severe thunderstorm warning across parts of western North Dakota, basically from the state line. In Billings County, that includes I-94, Golden Valley County, and Billings County. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Still not seeing as much circulation in this cell near eastern Billings County. We'll see if they continue that tornado warning, but it looks like it's not tornadic at the moment. I think the track tool is available, but there's a little arrow on Aguacero up at the top, and then there's a cell track. You can switch between cell track and line track. So cell track gets you the little cone, and then line track gets you the kind of connect the dots and then double click on the last dot. You can also move it too. Oh geez, I just clicked like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, so it's the storm track button up in the top left. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I may have some different tools, so you may have different tools, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th tool from the top left. It's a little arrow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. So we have a new tornado warning. Looks like they have dropped the tornado warning through the Hopkinsville area, and I agree with that one. It's not tornadic right now. Still a little bit of a mini supercell, but not showing rotation. Hardly any lightning with that as well. But we got a new warning out in eastern parts of Kentucky. Yeah, this is well east of Nashville. It's near Clark Range and Bowman, Monterey along I-40. Also the Crossville area, Cumberland, Putnam, and Fentress counties in Middle Tennessee. That also now has a tornado warning. And let's see if we can get radar data out of that one. Yeah, there is rotation in here near Hillwood Estates, basically along I-40. That rotation picked up relatively quickly. They, it looks like, added very quickly a tornado possible tag on that. And then that's at 7:55. Just 3 minutes later, rotation stayed there long enough that it needs a tornado warning there. Hillwood Estates, Mayland, Woody, Bowman, and areas just north of Crossville. What did I say that was going at? Was that at 40? Let me double check the warning. 15. Okay. So our North Dakota storms that are moving at about 40. All right, so that puts it into Bowman in about 30 minutes or so. Same for Clark Range, and then the Crossroads Business Park north of Crossville, also about 30 minutes. But that's a nasty storm, and rotation has picked up in that one, just along I-40, Downing Creek, Mayland, Plateau, Woody, North Crossville. Tornado safety precautions there. That's well east of Nashville. We'll keep an eye on the Nashville area, though. There's a couple other storms that have gone up. None of those are severe at the moment. And then while we're over here, they have dropped that severe warning near Columbia, Kentucky. Still seeing a pretty good bow echo there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get an isolated wind gust, maybe even a new warning eventually out of that area. Columbia, Jamestown, Monticello, those areas in south central Kentucky. It looks like our severe thunderstorm watch has also expired across that area, but there's still an isolated chance of some severe weather. And then across the Dakotas, that's where we have more of the concentrated area of severe weather.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They are going to issue a new tornado warning for that same cell that we've been tracking for quite a while around the Hopkinsville area. Has it had another funnel cloud? Radar indicator rotation. That one's a little bit puzzling, but It has had a funnel cloud before with it, but Hopkinsville, we have talked about you for probably like an hour, hour and a half. It's now time to take those tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. It still does have a little bit of a hook on it. It's not showing that much, but there is a little bit of rotation on it, just west of Hopkinsville. About to move through Hopkinsville in the
A
next
new
couple
PDS
minutes.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, moving east at 20. So if you're in there, central Christian County in Kentucky, tornado safe place, lowest level into your room. Starting to get a little darker on our cameras out east, but there is a look at the state line. That's may go a little too. It's not a very big cell, so unless it's right over our camera, we're probably not going to see much out of this one. But yes, there is a little bit of a area of rotation in there near the Food Lion and on 272, just of south and west of Hopkinsville. Yeah, Dickinson, that severe warning is just to your south. So let's see. Let's go check those storms. Oh, they have added, yeah. So Dickinson and everybody in western parts of North Dakota, they have added you guys to the destructive severe thunderstorm. So yeah, there's pockets in here. Let's see, west of Dickinson, at least about 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Out east of Belfield and south and west of South Hart. So this will generally head up towards your direction. Some of these big warnings I sometimes don't all agree with because not everybody's going to see the same types of weather. Especially when you warn like, I don't know, half the state like this. This is one of the bigger warnings we've seen. It's about 89 miles wide. Yeah, it's about 90 miles tall by 89 miles wide. It's a rather large warning. Yeah, so you do want to treat this like it's a tornado warning, into your room, away from doors and windows. The strongest part of this line right now looks to be eastern Billings County, where that tornado warning was. That tornado warning should expire in the next few minutes. Yeah, there's not much rotation in there right now. Along Highway 85, and then it extends there through the Belfield area to South Hart. A little bit of a gap, and then the original warning that goes for areas around
A
New
new
England,
flash
Regent,
flood
down to
warning has been
Heidegger.
issued.
And that is where we're seeing a bigger concentration of some really damaging winds in there. That bulge that's surging out, New England to Regent to Mott. That's going to parallel, looks like, North Dakota Highway 21. That area should stay south of Dickinson, but yeah, keep an eye on that one towards Mott and then Heidegger. And we have strong cells right on the North Dakota South Dakota state line. Tornado warning there. Looks like that area has broadened some, but still seeing broad rotation on the state line. And then eastern Harding County in South Dakota. So seeing some storms capable of producing tennis ball size hail in pockets in here along Highway 79. And these other cluster storms, they're moving away from the Rapid City area, but areas like Phillip, hail and wind are the main threats in here. Some of these have a little bit more hail right now than the wind. but still some strong cells in there. They have allowed the destructive tag to expire around the Sydney, Montana area. There's another cluster of storms capable of producing hail and wind. Also a tornado possible tag in those. A couple areas of broad circulation in there. And then quickly you kind of get on the backside of more of the severe threat. The storms have reduced near Jordan. Still some stronger storms, but not severe right now. East of Jordan along Montana Highway 200. And yeah, storms are weakening across northern and northeastern portions of Montana from Wolf Point up to Scobie. Continuing some pockets of hail, pockets of wind in here. Fox Lake, Culbertson, Brockton, eventually towards Medicine Lake in eastern parts of Montana. Okay. Was doing a little bit of measuring there. Yeah, the warning is for 60-mile-an-hour forward speed, but some of those are moving a little bit slower at about 50, 55. Either way, close. So yeah, strong storms pushing through Dickinson in the next few minutes. Manning, Killdeer, Holiday, up towards Watford City and Alexander. Let's get a track on some of those. I'll probably have to track out a few different areas here. Yeah, we might be able to do it. Okay, that actually tracks pretty good. We can bend it around there. Dickinson, roughly about 5 minutes, and I took this out from the leading edge of those heavier storms. The stronger wind and any hail may be tucked back in by a couple more minutes, but 4 minutes, 5 minutes to Dickinson. Manning, about 7 minutes. Killdeer, roughly about 15. Halliday, 29. Watford City, about 24. And then areas, if it continues out towards the White Shield area, would be about an hour. And Golden Valley, about 40 minutes or so. That's at 60. That's according to the warning at 60 miles an hour. It may also be delayed by a couple minutes because the math I just ran on it, it's moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour. So you have a couple extra minutes potentially towards it gets to the Dickinson area. And then further south, we have storms. This cluster is moving easterly. And let's get a track on this one near Heidegger. And that was at about 55 miles an hour, I believe, too. So Heidegger, 5 minutes. Regent, 10. Mott, 22. Lemon, 30. And then areas like Elgin, about 46 minutes. That's towards the end of the warning polygon, roughly about 40 minutes away. We'll keep an eye on this cluster of storms. This cluster may head up towards the Billings area. Billings and the Mandan area of North Dakota along Highway 94. A couple hours likely to get there, but this may lift east-northeast towards that area. So keep an eye on that one. A couple destructive severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. And we have lost our tornado warning there in North Dakota. So that's one positive to see. This cell still has rotation on it. Over the Hopkinsville area, moving east at 20. The emergency management just reported rotation going to the Country Club Lane. Actually have a really detailed, one of the weirdly detailed reports that they've issued in the warning. The emergency management just reported rotation seen going up Country Club Lane and headed towards Lafayette, but it was not sighted on the ground. So rotation in there. Okay, yeah, here's Hopkinsville Country Club. So it's kind of right in that area, basically on the southeast sides of Hopkinsville. Yeah. Interesting. Still does have rotation. Winds going away from the radar and then surging out towards the radar. We're only at about 600 to 700 feet, so seeing that really weak rotation right in there. And yeah, that's still in there. That cell just does not want to quit. Other tornado warning cell in Tennessee right now is
A new flash
along
flood
I-40.
warning has been issued.
Well east of Nashville. It's south of Monterey, approaching areas around the Crossroads Business Park, Bowman, and Crossville, especially North Crossville. This area has actually broadened back out a little bit. But you can see when it was tornado warned a few minutes ago, it was actually a stronger and more compact area of rotation. Still seeing broad rotation in there, generally working along I-40. Keep an eye on this Crossville, especially North Crossville, Fairfield Glade, Bowman, and areas there along I-40. All right, we'll make our way back up to the Dakotas. As these cluster together, we should see a little bit less of the hail threat, which we're seeing right now. This storm isn't even warned for 1-inch hail, but the 80-mile-an-hour winds are possible from basically east of Sydney.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then out towards the Dickinson area, kind of in this arc here. They are going to continue the tornado warning for that cell that's coming out of South Dakota. It was the area around Buffalo that we flagged earlier, and eventually became tornado warned northern Harding County, and now warned here as it's crossing into North Dakota around Heidegger. Still seeing a pretty tight mid-level rotation in there. At times it's had tighter rotation. And yeah, right now it does seem to be a little bit on the uptrend. It's kind of localizing in here as it crosses the state line. This is going to lift up towards Bucyrus and Heidegger along Highway 12. This warning is for western Adams County as moving northeast at 30. So Heidegger, roughly about 15 minutes or so. That's going to get into your area. Bucyrus, it would be less than that. If this pulls more towards the north, let's get... oh boy, let's see if we can get you guys in this. About 10 to 12 minutes for Bucyrus. May go south of there. Yeah, right now it's pretty steadily working to the north and east, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's see if we have a camera in Heidegger. This area is a little sparse, obviously, for cameras, but we may have one at Heidegger. Let me look. Let's see. Heidegger. Do we have a camera in Heidegger? South Dakota. We do. Thanks. All right, let me get this camera loaded up, and we do have a camera in Heidegger. It's going to take a second to get everything kind of coordinated here for a second, but let me see here. Let's see. Let's tuck this back in there. Good enough. I'll call that good enough for now. All right, there we go. Let's see. That might shrink it down a little more. All right, there we go. That's a better shot. This pulled up. Sorry about that. I did not expect to have a camera this way. So I'm having to do some live editing for you. All right, that's cool though. Look at the massive shelf cloud coming into this Heidegger shot. This is the tornado warning cell, particularly that shot here. Just a massive shelf cloud. This is rain cooled air down at the front lip of the storm. You can see the high overshooting tops. Then underneath that, that's where this lip of the storm, that's where the heavier winds are going to be tucked just underneath that shelf cloud. And you can almost see the wind just kind of like falling ahead of that on the forward flank. But wow, that is a massive shelf cloud. That's looking west or southwest from the Heidegger Airport. This is as that shelf cloud gets closer, the camera's overexposing across the north, the top of this, but this is the leading edge of that shelf cloud, and then your destructive winds potentially are just behind here. I don't see any tornado, but it could be tucked back up in the rain, so that's where these situations are really dangerous here. Yeah, if there's rotation, it's going to be kind of tucked back up into that core of the storm, but potentially just off the screen of that storm. Let me see if west face has a different look. Yeah, the southwest facing camera I think has a better look of that storm. But tornado warning storm continues there into parts of North Dakota, areas just around Heidegger, moving northeast at 30. That is a dangerous storm with the shelf cloud moving through. That shows how the leading edge of damaging wind in there. That's surging out through New England, Regent, Mott, and then approaching areas around Dickinson. The one good news is these storms have clustered together a little bit quicker, so we're not seeing as much of a tornado risk, at least as far as supercellular tornadoes that are out in front of this line segment right now. So, so areas, I know we had some people watching from the Dickinson area earlier. If you can get through the next couple minutes with this line in here, you're going to be in better shape. So already areas like Buffalo starting to clear out a little bit, Bowman, Baker, Beach, and Medora, and eventually towards Glendive. Those areas starting to clear out just a little bit. Can't fully clear you guys for severe weather yet, but once you get on the backside of that line segment, I think your tornado chances diminish quite a bit. And yeah, that surge of wind is surging out through areas like Watford City, Killdeer, Manning, Halliday, Mandry, Belfield. I didn't pull this camera up because unlike some of our other cameras, it only takes a picture every 10 minutes or so, 5 or 10 minutes. So you get a good time lapse, but you don't get exactly, if something spins out of that, I can't really see that in the next 5 minutes or so. So for a fairly remote part of the country, I guess I'll take that. And at least we're getting visuals of this storm, and you can kind of inspect the storm environment out in front of this. That's probably one of the better shelf cloud looks that we've actually had on this. Probably at any of our streams. That is a crazy shelf cloud. Just look at this. If I can blow this up the right way. That is an insane looking shelf cloud. Yeah. Wow. So we have a solid line of severe storms, destructive tags, Sydney to Watford City to Manning, Dickinson, down through Mott and Heidegger. And then we have considerable threat storms south of there through between Bison and Buffalo. And then Phillip, Cadota, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. How's it going, Highland? Oh, man. I forgot to check and see if you were live earlier. Because, yeah, you guys had severe weather this afternoon in North Carolina. I think by the time we got on Highland, it was just a few severe storms out on the coastal areas. So, so yeah, I didn't interfere with your coverage too much, but by the time we got live. Still seeing some broad rotation near Bowman, Crossroads Park,
A new flash
Crossville.
flood warning has been issued.
That tornado warning expires in about 15 minutes. And then this tiny little cell has had rotation at times. I think it's almost done. Every time I say it's almost done, then we get a new rotation report or funnel cloud report, and it gets back to tornado warning. But this is through Hopkinsville in Kentucky. It's now in areas like Honeygrove and Fairfield. We are seeing storms come down on our traffic camera here. Where is that? That's at Clarksville at the state line. So it is getting a little bit rainy. There are a couple other storms in that area, but those are non-tornadic. Yeah, let me know how it goes here, Brian. Let me know if you get any wind reports. But yeah, if you can ride it out the next couple minutes in the Dickinson area, your severe threat should diminish in the after this line gets through. I am seeing stronger storms just north of Dickinson, pushing up towards Manning and eventually towards Halliday. Dickinson might get a little bit of a break here. We'll see. Still going to be a rough one, but then there's a stronger cell just south of Dickinson, moving towards Richardson and Gladstone. And then some of this heaviest wind is south into areas like Heidegger and approaching Regent and Mott. So we'll see what this looks like. Let me know how you guys fare in the Dickinson area. Still really far from the radar site, so it's hard to get a good read exactly what's going on at the ground level of this storm. But the Dickinson area probably looks somewhat similar to our shelf cloud camera here out of Heidegger. And now you can see this is just with the shelf cloud working over this camera perspective. So now we're back into the hail and rain in here. And again, visually, it's just hard to tell exactly what's going on, but you can kind of see some wispies in here. That's the rain about to hit this camera. And it also looks a little bit foggy on the horizon line. So this camera is about to get into some really heavy rain. And we can actually see the shelf cloud working away from the camera. Let's see, on the other view. Yeah, this is looking northeast, so you can see the shelf cloud coming on top of this camera, working away from the camera. There's a view out to the southeast of the shelf cloud. It's a neat look. I still think that west view is the best. Still seeing broad rotation. That rotation has broadened over the Heidegger area, especially west of town. It was a lot tighter when it was crossing the state line. And yeah, still seeing some damaging to destructive winds across Heidegger. Actually, right there is the airport. So that's where this shelf cloud camera is from. A rotation would be just north of Heidegger along Highway 12 between Heidegger and Bucyrus. It has broadened and weakened, so it is more of a outflow-driven storm at the moment. Still damaging to destructive winds coming through the Heidegger area. And yeah, it looks a little bit less supercellular, a little bit more like a wind risk. Generally, Limon, Elgin, and Mott would be up next on that storm. Let's see, what else did we miss? Yeah, let me know, Brian, how it goes in the Dickinson area in a couple minutes here. And then, yeah, the easiest way if you want traffic cameras, Levi, one of the easiest conglomerates is WeatherWise. You can go on there and click on the traffic cameras. Not every state has the best traffic cameras. And weirdly, not every state makes their traffic cameras public domain, which is a whole nother issue when it should be. So we have a wide network of traffic cameras that I use here. All of our traffic cameras are public domain states that make their traffic cameras public domain. Or in this case, this is actually a federal traffic, not a traffic camera, but aviation camera, which is also public domain, especially when used for educational or severe weather purposes. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in the cell near Bowman, north of Crossville, Tennessee. See if they extend that or not. They might. They might extend a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. It looks like that area has weakened a little bit. Sheridan, Rushville, Gordon, areas in western Nebraska. A couple of storms with some strong hail and gusty winds. And then still seeing these storms, Ogallala over towards Martin. Severe warning storms there. These storms coming out of Rapid City have condensed into a line. They're not as individual as they were earlier. We'll see if this line gets more severe. Right now, it's mostly just straight line winds.
A new PDS
Considerable
severe
threat for 70 miles an hour, but right now we're not seeing 80-mile-an-hour wind reports out of this. But we'll see if this continues to organize. We may get some more destructive tags out of this storm. Eagle Butte, Gettysburg, Pierre, South Dakota. Keep an eye on this one. It's headed your way. What forward speed? 40. East at 40. Let's get a new tag on this. All right, there's some of your locations there. Eagle Butte, about 36 minutes. And then Pierre, it's going to be over an hour, about 70 minutes or so, 75 minutes or so to get to Pierre, South Dakota. We get a new destructive tag, or did it just update it? Looks like they just updated it. Ignore that for a second. Let's see. Let's check back here. Still seeing some strong storms now. Severe warned again near Circle in eastern Montana. These storms in Montana are kind of messy. We'll see if they organize more, but yeah, they're kind of just a messy cluster of storms at the moment, with pockets of hail, pockets of damaging wind, and flash flooding is an issue from Sydney back towards Brockton, Culbertson, and up towards Medicine Lake. And you're going to get kind of rounds and pockets of heavy wind and some hail. But nothing like North Dakota right now. That's where we have the more concentrated severe storms working through western parts of North Dakota, just east of Sydney to Alexander, Watford City, Killdeer, Halliday, Manning, Richton. It's in Dickinson right now. And then down through Regent, Heidegger, and then considerable threat, tornado possible tag from there, approaching areas around Bison and western Perkins County. Yeah, you're in it now. I think the storm, at least we are far from the radar site still in Dickinson, but it looks like your storm may be a little less severe than the ones to your north or the ones that have gone to your south. So hold on there in the Dickinson area. But yeah, some of this, I think, strongest storm is just south of you guys. That's approaching areas around Hebron and Richardson and areas towards Regent and Mott. Yeah, we're going to get a new camera view out of this, but it's just going to be a whitewash. This camera is just going to be in the car wash right now. Probably from every view, pretty much. Wow. Yeah. Not going to see much from there. There's the shelf cloud earlier, and that's what it looks like now. They've trimmed the warning up. It does include areas north of Heidegger, and yeah, they have trimmed that warning up. 5 miles north of Heidegger, moving northeast at 40. Still seeing quarter-size hail. Let's see. Yeah, seeing broad rotation in this cell still. That's going to be like New Leipzig, about 53 minutes. It's going to go through some pretty rural populations here, but there are farmsteads and people. I just don't see a lot of designated communities. It looks like east of North Dakota Highway 8 and south of North Dakota Highway 21. If you're north and east of Heidegger, tornado safe space, lowest level into your room away from the doors and windows. Basement or storm shelter are your best options. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, at least that interior room, it can be a hall closet, a bathroom, something without windows, and as many walls between you and the outside. Yeah, that's approaching areas around North Dakota Highway 8, north of Haines, and north of Heidegger, south of Regent. Some of these strongest winds, maybe just past the Dickinson area, and then also looks like north of Dickinson. That's where we've also had kind of these little bowing segments in here. One right there, another kind of right there. Approaching areas around Manning, Halliday, Killdeer, and then Richardson, Hebron. This one's a little dangerous because it's along Highway 94. We'll get a better visual of these storms as they get closer to the Bismarck and Mandan area. Yeah, we're just still too far away to get really good low-level wind data out of these storms. And yeah, they have started to trim a lot of the watches. If you're out here towards Billings in Montana, good to go. Forsyth, Miles City, Broadus, Sundance, Gillette, Sheridan, Wyoming, Hardin, Montana. Those areas, severe weather done for the day. And I would suspect they'll trim some more off some of these watches as this line segment works through. Let's see. Yeah, some of the strongest storm right in there. Now these storms have quickly gone and transitioned from individual cell mode to more of the line segment mode. I do want to take a look and see some local storm reports. I try to do this from time to time on our streams just to kind of get a sense of how storms are developing, and we can trim some of these off here. Let's trim the couple different of these settings. All right, so I'll keep let's just keep tornadoes on for a second. A couple tornado reports. It looks like tornado report by emergency management train spotter. This was earlier east of Ekalaka in Carter County, Montana. Or I guess not a tornado, a funnel cloud report by train spotter. And then we did have that brief area of tight rotation in Billings County. Tornado there. Storm chaser relayed a video of a brief tornado north of Belfield. So that area was right about where that rotation was that we saw. So a couple tornado reports there. And then taking a look at some of these wind reports. This was the considerable threat earlier. Ladner in Hardin County, mesonet site there of 75. And then Bowman earlier. This is why this is a destructive tag. The mesonet site there, 82 mile an hour winds measured at the airport there. We may, as this line segment comes through, get some readings from the airport where this camera is located. So we'll see if we get a reading out of there. Yeah, it is just into the rain now. You can see how low some of those cloud bases are as that looks to the southeast. This looks to the northeast. This may become a more useful view in the next couple minutes, looking to the northeast from Heidegger. Yeah, getting on the backside of some of this heaviest rain. Some other gusts, Amadon, about 70 mile an hour gusts. 70 east of Bowman and Buffalo Springs area. So there's definitely been some 70 mile an hour winds in here and a couple pockets higher in that 80 mile an hour range. Looks like another one up here, Golden Valley County. About an hour ago, also 86 mile an hour gusts. That was at 10 meters tall, though. So that's kind of a standard, though, for most of the measuring equipment. A couple of our other cameras. The rain is coming down in Clarksville, Tennessee. Where we've lost most of our severe warnings. Severe threat is diminishing across Tennessee, but yeah, right at I-24, right at the state line, there's a little bit of a shower, and that previously tornado warning storm I think is finally done near Fairview and Elkton in Kentucky. A couple other cells in the Nashville area. We'll keep an eye on those. And some strong storms, but not severe across northern Kentucky or northern Tennessee into southern Kentucky. And they have allowed that tornado warning around Bowman to expire, continuing for another minute or two. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado, but looks like that area has weakened as it's continued to lift off north of Crossville. So, other than some isolated severe storms across the Tennessee Valley, the Mid South, mostly again that flash flood threat continues into the overnight. We are shifting our focus mostly back across portions of the Dakotas and extreme northwest portions of Nebraska. Also looking here, we did not get a lot of storms to fire across Texas tonight. Yeah, our cameras there in Indiana have gone dark. Our Virginia cam for that severe weather earlier, but this one's still pretty camera. This is out of Childress, Texas. I had a camera loaded up there because there was a storm there that fired earlier. Those have quickly weakened. You can see near the Childress area about an hour ago, and those just fell apart. So left with fairly pretty skies, maybe a little hazy and dusty, especially with the western wildfires. Yeah, it does look a little hazy there. But yeah, those Texas storms have really not fired. Let's go to model data real quick, and I do want to get an updated model run since we have the 00Z model data. Yeah, this model doesn't want to fire anything else right now across parts of Texas. So it looks like Texas pretty much done for the day. But what does this do? This does continue a cluster of storms through central parts of South Dakota, continues this strong cluster of storms to the north and east across parts of western North Dakota. Still seeing likely some 70 to 80 mile an hour gusts in here as that works its way through the evening. And then up into southern Saskatchewan, too, even towards Weyburn, Estevan, Regina, Saskatchewan. By midnight, kind of through the central parts of the Dakotas. And then we'll see if it goes on more of a weakening trend. It may weaken as it gets towards Devil's Lake into the late hours, reaching the Red River Valley by about 4 to 5 a.m. And then things weaken as it pushes to the east, but then we kind of reset the atmosphere tomorrow after some morning storms. The atmosphere resets tomorrow afternoon. A lot of moisture getting pumped up into portions of the upper Midwest tomorrow. And we do it again. More storms into the Red River Valley, especially. We also have to watch, I called this out earlier for anyone that's new today. So we do have people that kind of pop in and out of these longer live streams, but some of the model data does hint at more storms kind of growing and upscaling along the rain code boundaries in the Ohio River Valley overnight. So not as much of a severe chance, but could get some more flash flooding risk overnight. And then the remnants of the storms, actually the latest model data wants to organize a little bit of a convective system in the morning hours tomorrow across Kentucky and Tennessee. But the remnants of today's activity may also spark some more storms across the mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas tomorrow evening and afternoon. And the Storm Prediction Center does have a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk for storms tomorrow. Kind of in that same area, eastern parts of North Carolina, maybe southern Virginia would have the higher end chance of seeing an isolated severe storm or two. And then we finally start to clear out after Sunday. But the heat dome builds in, so we lose a lot of the severe weather, but this area is going to get hot, hot, hot over the next week or so, potentially even longer. Some of the later model data shows, the longer range models show even extended heat. Some of the model data shows the heat dome kind of builds here first, shifts a little bit further to the north and east, and actually then kind of slides back from later this next week. It may actually kind of back build back across the central and southern plains, potentially allow a little bit of a backdoor cold front into the northeast, but this would be after like July 4th, around or after July 4th potentially, and then kind of rebuilds and reestablishes itself across the central US again for like that second week in July. So we may be dealing with a heat dome in general for quite a while. And that would push the storms up towards the northern tier, sometimes getting down into the Great Lakes and even into the northeast at times. Just got a new update from Aguacero. They just pump out updates. It's crazy. I'll update it later, though. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at these storms again. Watford City, Manning. Severe storms working up into your area there. They don't look quite as strong up there, but there may be more of a wind threat. At least reflectivity-wise, they're not looking as organized, but this area may have a little bit higher wind chances in it. Kind of a little bit of a bowing segment, but this is the main bow. It's pushing along I-94 right now to the north and northeast. And then still seeing, this should expire in the next 10 minutes or so, but let's see. Still broad rotation, but it doesn't look imminently tornadic in here. Crossing North Dakota Highway 8. That's going to continue north and east of Heidegger, south of Mott. And how are we looking here? There's our camera out of Heidegger, just looking at the heavy rain and storms from the backside perspective. We might have to switch this up and try and find a new location.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Richland and Roosevelt counties in Montana. They're continuing flash flood warnings into eastern Montana. That's for Culbertson area. More heavy rain, more storms working through, and then another round of storms potentially into that same area back through Circle, approaching areas around Ritchie. That may work its way up along the Highway 2 corridor as well. Brockton, Poplar, Wolf Point, and Fraser. Brian, if you're on, let me know how you guys fared in Dickinson. Looks like Dickinson is on the backside of those storms. Still heavy rain, lightning, thunder around, but the heaviest wind should be through the Dickinson area. I'm curious to see what kind of storm reports we get from that area. Usually storm reports are a bit delayed, especially as people kind of get up from their safe place, take a look around, see if any trees are down, and get their read their measurements and things like that. So I haven't seen any new storm reports from Heidegger up to Dickinson yet. Oh, there's a new storm report from Manning. Yeah, 80-mile-an-hour wind at the Manning and Mesonet site, just 4 miles south of Manning. So, yeah, that area was a little bit hotter for the wind. We'll see if Dickinson got into some of that destructive wind. Yeah, you should be calming down now, and at least that tornado threat should be past you guys. So, as you get into the overnight hours, a little bit better there for Dickinson. I think the strongest winds may have gone just to your north and also just to your south. Also seeing those strong storms working through Phillip up to Dupree, eventually towards Pierre, South Dakota. Yeah, no problem. Happy to do this. We love doing this kind of stuff. If you're new, give us a like and subscribe, and that helps the channel, helps send out life-saving weather information to more people. Starting to organize a little bit into this cluster of storms from Watford City into extreme northeast portions of Montana. But yeah, we may have a little bit more organization along this whole line segment. It's going to eventually lift up towards Minot and approaching Williston also right now. So we may have a camera up there too. Let's see. Weirdly, we don't have a camera in Williston. That is kind of weird.
A new flash flood
So
warning
here
has
is
been
actually the
issued.
camera out of the Dickinson area. So they didn't get as pronounced of a shelf cloud as we saw in the cameras at Heidegger, but you can see a little bit of a shelf cloud work through the heavy rain and wind push in, and then starting to see the back edge, a little bit of clearing on these last couple shots. Again, these cameras are aviation cameras, so they take weather pictures and readings every 5 to 10 minutes. But yeah, there's the back edge. So this is quickly working through the Dickinson area. Give it a couple more minutes. Things should calm down, and it looks like you might even get a little bit of sunset left. To the northeast, we should see a
A
different
new
look.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, that's a smart idea, I think, what they've done here. The Bismarck National Weather Service Office has backed off the overall destructive tag, now east of Dickinson through Hebron, Glen Allen, down to the state line. Heidegger, Lemon, those areas there are getting a considerable threat. So 70-mile-an-hour winds still likely in those storms. The leading edge, where that tornado warned area was earlier,
severe thunderstorm warning
has still potentially destructive potential. So they've warned that separately across portions of southwestern Grant, eastern Adams, and southeastern Heidegger counties. I like doing that because it's a smaller area of 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There still is also broad rotation in there. It's kind of a broad, windy mesocyclone with a surging RFD surge that has the heavier wind in it. That's in Adams County right now. Elgin and New Leipzig are in that warning polygon. So if you're in that warning, treat it like it's a tornado warning, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. And if things tighten up, they may convert some of this into a tornado warning anyway. So I like how they're doing that. They've also shifted a new destructive tag for the area, the northern side of this line. This is kind of the apex of that bow, and where we have had a couple 80-mile-an-hour wind reports. They've extended that out towards Center, towards Stanton, Beulah, North Dakota, and then through Watford City to Newtown to Partial and White Shield. So just extending things out a little bit further. To the north of that, Williston, Tioga, Crosby, North Dakota, considerable threat tag for Williams and Divide counties. Yeah, a little less wind in there, but this is a little bit more organization to these storms as they lift out of the areas of eastern Montana. And still seeing some 60-mile-an-hour gusts and some small hail back in here. Sydney to Glendive to Circle, and areas up towards Plentywood, Brockton, Culbertson. That area has gotten hit multiple times with storms, heavy rain, wind, and hail. And that's why there's also flash flood warnings across eastern Montana as well. Wow. It organized mostly kind of how the models saw it, but obviously things do go different than the models. It transitioned from kind of more discrete cells very quickly, and interestingly, different than some of the model data and also some of the watch information. We didn't get a lot of supercellular tornadoes today, so if we get more tornadoes in this watch area, it will likely be embedded circulations, somewhat like this Heidegger circulation in here that still does have some spin on that. And yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. It's going to ride up towards the Highway 21 corridor. All right, we have no tornado warnings. We have the destructive severe storms through Dickinson, through Heidegger, and not into the Highway 21 corridor yet. So while we're in a little bit of a better spot right now, I'm going to eat my dinner just off camera. I'll be right here, though, in case anything goes crazy. Okay, that should work. As soon as I go off camera for like 5 seconds, I'm sure we'll get a tornado warning, but I'll be right here if anything goes crazy here in the next couple minutes. All right, back at it. Got the dinner break in, stretched the legs, refilled the drinks. That's too far out of reach for me. There we go. All right, we're in good shape, and I don't think we missed any new tornado warnings. In fact, we've lost the severe warnings across the Tennessee Valley, south central Kentucky, also north central Tennessee. There's still a strong cluster of storms, but we're losing a little bit of the juice out there. Let's see. Hey, Stones, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well today. What do we got in Kansas City today? Your storm threat should diminish. You guys should get a big break in Kansas City. Still seeing warm temperatures, still about 81 degrees in the KC area, but yeah, you guys are going to get a break from the storm action. Much needed break. That area has gotten a lot of storms this spring. All right, let's see what's going on here at about 9:16 in the central time zone. We have strong storms lifting into eastern portions of Montana. Some of this is going to lift also into southern Saskatchewan. We do have, I believe we still have a tornado watch in place there. Let me take a look at our Canadian weather. Yeah, Environment Canada still has a tornado watch in place for southern Saskatchewan, actually until midnight. That includes Estevan, Weyburn, Regina, and Moose Jaw. They've actually trimmed it. They've trimmed it south of Moose Jaw and Regina. That area is under a severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch does include Weyburn and Estevan and kind of cuts off. Basically, like this area is under a tornado watch in Canada. A couple different severe thunderstorm warnings in there. They're warning this area, and then they have a warning out for here, and I believe they have one out for there. So they're warning a couple of those storms that are coming across the Canadian border, as well as this line of storms south of Regina and Moose Jaw. But overall, not too bad there yet. This whole area is kind of going to keep rotating up towards southern Saskatchewan. So Weyburn, Estevan, eventually you guys are going to get into it. Yeah, that area, the lower Missouri Valley and into the Ohio Valley, has had so much rain. It's going to be nice to clear out, I think, a little bit, but it'll come with the triple-digit heat, though. All right, let's get back to the radar tour, and let's go deeper in, do a little deep dive into some of these storms. We'll see how this works. It's trying to organize into more of a convective system. There's a little bit of broad spin in the storm south of Plentywood, so we'll see if it kind of organizes into a mesoscale convective system. Essentially, the system kind of deepens a localized low pressure, and then that kind of runs the whole storm complex. But it's trying to do that a little bit. You can see that area around Medicine Lake has a little bit of spin to it. Tornado possible tag in this cell. Right now, that's less of a mesoscale convective vortex, an MCV, and more of a legit tornado possible severe thunderstorm, more of a rotating storm. But it could broaden and develop into more of an MCV. Or there is also generally some spin in here, and that's a more localized area of spin. So yeah, there is kind of a general localized area within that. So right around Medicine Lake, we'll continue to watch that up towards Plentywood, Antelope, and Outlook. I've heard that from actually quite a few people. Some people, we haven't had a super hot run yet this summer, so I've heard a lot of people are actually looking forward to some of the heat. Yeah, there you can see some of that spin in there, just crossing the Medicine Lake area, coming up towards Plentywood. Considerable threat, severe storms are through the Williston area now, and actually kind of on top of Williston right now, up towards Granora, Westby, and then approaching Crosby, Wild Rose, Tioga. We have the destructive threat, 80-mile-an-hour winds, Alexander, Watford City, Newtown, partial, White Shield, back towards Golden Valley, Halliday, Beulah, and Center. The warning has been dropped for Dickinson and the U.S., or not U.S., North Dakota 22 corridor, all the way down there from Heidegger west. Things are clearing out, Bowman down to Buffalo, and then things are clearing relatively quickly. Sturgis and areas around Rapid City, those storms have pushed off towards Phillip and approaching Pierre, South Dakota. Not as much wind down in here. Not even a considerable threat tag anymore. 60-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter-size hail. We've had another little cluster go up into northwestern portions of Nebraska. Seeing some hail in these storms. There's kind of 3 or 4 hail cores in here. 4 of them. Any of those could be kind of golf ball size to lime size hail. And we'll see if that kind of organizes into more of a cluster as well as it pushes up towards Valentine, Nebraska. Getting a new warning down there too. Yeah, they've upped the hail a little bit on that storm. Sheridan County, east of Alliance. Let's see, where else are we? Cameras are quickly going to be a little bit trickier since we're losing the light pretty quickly. We'll take a look back at the Nashville cameras. Still seeing some wet roads. Let me check Nashville real quick. Nashville, you may get more storms later tonight too. So, yeah, storms are clearing out of the areas east of Nashville, but there is more storms potentially developing back into western Kentucky. And yeah, that area is still under the gun for more storms. It was good. Let's see. Yeah, I got some more stuff done around the house this morning, and yeah, so I didn't get as much prep for the stream in as I wanted to, but it was a good day. I saw your Father's Day message, Stones. I was crazy busy last Father's Day or last Sunday for Father's Day, and then the first couple days of last week I was crazy busy, slammed with a bunch of work off of outside of the channel. So I apologize I didn't get back to your Happy Father's Day message, Stones. But yeah, hope you had a good one too. I think it was a nice day that day, fairly nice day in your neck of the woods, if I remember right. But yeah, I think the severe storms were off in the Ohio Valley at that point. Levi, for the Aguacero, yeah, I can show you. Let's see, that tracker tool is up above 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 icons from the top left. Over, it's also kind of next to the sync button. If you see the sync button up in the top panel, and then when you hit the little arrow, it'll pull up this tracker, this cell track. And then up top, you have 2 options: cell track or line track. And then you have a bunch of different customizables below that. But as long as you kind of work off the 2 main ones, you'll be good to go. Cell track is pretty easy. You just make sure it's on cell track, and then you just click and drag out and hold on the click button, and you'll see, I got it kind of blocking the view. You'll see the further I drag out, the faster that forward speed is. So if this storm is going at about 40, 50 miles an hour, we'll drag it out And you see there it says 50 to the 58 degrees east northeast. That's the cell track. And then you just exit to close. The line track, you just click line track and you can track it out and just kind of follow the leading edge of that storm. And then the last, make sure I do this right. Yeah, you kind of connect the dots, and then on the last one that you want to track, just double click, and then that'll get you the cell to track out. I don't know what I did right there. Yeah, double click that last one, and then you can kind of pull it out the same way, and that'll pull out the speed. You can see as I pull it out there, the speed changes, and you also get other cities involved there on that that sidebar. And you don't have to be perfect. I try to be perfect, but if a storm is going at 50 and you get it at 51, then that's pretty good. That'll give you the timing there. What else can you do? You can change a bunch of stuff. You can change like the time to the exact time, or you can change it to the minutes. You can do some fill stuff. You can change the font size of this little tracking box. And you can change it from miles to knots to milliseconds to kilometers per hour. So you can kind of change, or meters per second. But if you're making this for locations, it's probably better to keep it at either miles or kilometers an hour, depending on where you are. You can also set it for, oh, I see. You can change it also from hour to 2 hours, so you can half stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff. Oh, and speaking of cameras, I don't use it that much, but Aguacero, let's see, I can right click and you can do some pan and tilts and things. So if you want more of a like a broadcasty type of view, sometimes you might get a little bit like that, which can be useful because if I just have a straight on view, you can see that warning. But if we want to look and tilt, if I do this, you can now see you can see up to the Canadian border here. So yeah, there's those views too. Those aren't in Aguacero. Those are just, I have a system I use to pull the DOT cameras. But if you want those, the easiest way to do that is just go to WeatherWise. And WeatherWise, you can pull the cameras for some of the states. Let's see. Let me check. Since I get back from the quick dinner break, let me look and see what the new Storm Prediction Center outlook looks like. Yeah, they have basically highlighted this area. Updated strong to severe thunderstorms continue there. Wind gusts are the primary threat, perhaps tornadoes evolving with mesovortices in western parts of North Dakota. So we do have to keep our eye on line-embedded mesovortices. There was one down here. Let's take a look at this one near Mott and Elgin. Spectrum width is great for that. You can see these little mesovortices in here. And there is one kind of still in here. It's broadened out a bit, but there is still rotation in here. This is the original tornado warned area that came out of the Heidegger area. Not as punchy right now on shear rate, but yeah. And this is one of the great things. I can layer a bunch of stuff on here. So I have shear rate layered on. I have the lightning tracker up top here. You can see the lightning count. About 2,500 lightning strikes in this cluster of storms. And if I zoom out, this North Dakota cluster in general, about 3,000 lightning strikes, basically from the state line all the way down to areas around Heidegger. Oh yeah, they do as well, I believe. Yeah, they have the haze cams, right? Or the has cams. considerable threat storms approaching Crosby and Tioga. They're now through Williston. Just about over in Watford City, Manning. This area's been hit pretty hard, actually. Let me see if there's new storm reports. Yeah, a couple new storm reports.
A
72
new
looks like
flash flood warning has been issued.
Williams County a little bit ago. About a half hour ago. 70 at Williston Airport in Williams County, and another 67 in Beaufort there. So, yeah, considerable threat, at least, in these storms that are moving from Williston to Tioga. I think right now, most of these are going to be some isolated gusts to 70 in this segment where they do have the considerable threat tag. If we get any more 80s, it's probably going to be in the apex of this bow feature. That's moving across areas like Partial, Newtown, and White Shield. And that's the area that had the 80-mile-an-hour gust earlier that came out of the Manning area. So yeah, kind of following that track there would be the apex of that bow. I mean, yeah, still watching this little area of circulation down here. It's about to cross the Highway 49 corridor south of New Leipzig. And it had rotation earlier. It was tornado warned earlier. It's continuing to work basically to the north and northeast. So we'll keep an eye on this as it kind of parallels the North Dakota 21 corridor. Quite a bit of, yeah, there's a lot in here. There's state highways and U.S. highways, and then the interstate up there. And this is another area along I-94 that has a little bit more pronounced wind in it. And as we get closer to the Billings, North Dakota, or Bismarck, North Dakota radar, we get a better sense of this wind in here. But yeah, that's pushing through Eagles Nest and Glen Allen. Next up will be New Salem. All right, reset the stream title since our tornado risk is not as high as the original watch was forecasted for. So I don't know if we've even had many tornadoes in the let's see, in the highest risk area. Oh wow, they've really backed it down. So yeah, we've gone from the 10% hatched to now a 5% hatched. With the 5% hatch basically clearing out already. So that's interesting thing. I'm surprised they don't have at least a 2% that extends out further. And then we do have to watch this area down here in northern parts of Nebraska. Still the 5% hatch there. That area still has a couple individual cells that aren't really a full line segment yet. But yeah, they seem to be cautious of extending that further, which is interesting. And yeah, some of our highest wind risk the storms are working through right now. Dickinson, Watford City, Williston, up to Stanley. There still is a pretty high wind risk all the way into central and even east central portions of the Dakotas. And it wasn't never like a super big hail day, but the hail risk is still in that same area. Although I think right now more of the hail risk, honestly, is probably down in the same area where the current tornado risk is. Yeah, I'd probably put the stronger hail risk kind of right down in this area. And they have significantly trimmed back the risk area as well. Most of Wyoming is pretty much done with severe weather today. And then quite a bit of Montana is also pretty much done with the severe weather, except for the very northeastern portion of the state of Montana. And they've obviously backed down also the risk area across the Tennessee Valley as well, and canceled the risk area out on the Carolinas. So a little more localized into the areas here in the Dakotas. Don't think they've made any changes yet to tomorrow since we last looked at it. Not anything major. And I don't think they've done any major work to the day 3 either. All right, so that's a little look. That was the 8 o'clock Central Time update for the Storm Prediction Center. So seeing destructive severe thunderstorms approaching Newtown, Beulah in North Dakota, and then another pocket down here south of Mott approaching Carson. That one has a little bit of a tornado possible area of rotation as well. Yeah, just crossed the North Dakota Highway 49 corridor. A couple little notches in there to keep your eye on, but it's a still destructive tag, so you want to take it like a tornado warning anyway. And let's see, let's pull up. Look at our Texas camera right now. This is out Childress, Texas. There was a storm that was going to cross this camera perspective, but that storm really fizzled fast. But a really beautiful shot. The last lights, last rays of sun on the western Texas skyline there. This big bulge of wind is about at the end of the warning polygon. I would expect that they'll issue another big warning polygon here in the next couple minutes. There's the other bulge also along the state line that probably needs a new warning. So yeah, the way that the Bismarck office has been doing stuff just lately, it looks like they are tending to add large multi-county warnings rather than warn individual line segments. So we'll see if they do that here in the next couple minutes. Some of these storms are lifting more northerly north of Williston. And there still is that little circulation in here. Tornado possible tag continues for north central Roosevelt and central Sheridan counties in northeast Montana. It's between Plentywood and Medicine Lake, just west of Antelope. Starting to get a little better visual of these storms as they approach the Bismarck radar a little better. There's a surge right in there. There's another surge up on the kind of the northern end of that destructive tag, and then also the southern end. Those are concentrated areas where we could get a little more pronounced wind threat. Generally kind of working like this. So east-northeast is the trend there. Glen Ullin to New Salem, Elgin, Carson, Flasher, and eventually the state line, Lemon or Lemon, up towards Selfridge, and eventually towards Fort Yates. Here's a look out of the Garrison, South Dakota area. This is at the Garrison Airport, looking to the southwest. And that is Garrison right here. So Garrison, South Dakota, or North Dakota, sorry, is right there, just outside the warning polygon. Yeah, these storms are headed that direction. Let's see, line track that. Good, a good test for the line track tool. I just line track generally along the leading edge. If you're doing the line track tool, doesn't have to be perfect, but right along the leading edge usually gets you a pretty good estimate of winds. And if you're new to the tracking, yeah, if you track it too far back, which the line tool here on Aguacero you can adjust, but if you're back a little bit, then you're not quite. I'd rather be a little ahead than a little behind. So when I track stuff, I generally kind of track it from just ahead of the leading edge of the wind to give any viewers the advanced warning as possible. But generally, Garrison about a half hour away, so we'll see this camera go downhill fairly quickly. Let's see. Holy Donut, I love the name too. Yes, yeah. Last year, we didn't cover a lot of hurricanes just because there was no landfalling U.S. hurricanes, but yeah, we did cover a little bit of the hurricane in Jamaica, but I think that day I also covered some severe weather because some of the other streamers were covering that hurricane pretty close. So there was actually some tornadoes that day somewhere, Texas maybe, Texas or Oklahoma. So I spent a little more time covering that while some of our other streamers were really close covering the Jamaica hurricane, but kind of bounced back and forth. As soon as it closed in on Jamaica, I lost any of the cameras that I use. I lost all of the cameras. So we had no ground truth out of the Jamaica area. But yeah, I do plan on covering them. And there is, actually, that's a good point. There is a new National Hurricane Center outlook. Sorry for the quick scroll. They have outlined the National Hurricane Center, very low chance, 20% in the 7-day, but they have outlined an area off the coast in the Western Atlantic. That same frontal boundary and kind of boundary that's been basically hanging out along parts of the Ohio Valley for the last, I don't know, week or so is eventually going to slide off the coast. And you always have to watch this time of year. Degrading frontal boundaries kind of in this area. On the tail end of those degrading boundaries, that's where the Gulf Stream comes up. And that's exactly the area they've kind of highlighted. But it's a very low chance of development right now. Especially as that heat dome builds. There's going to be a heat dome out here. Yeah, it's probably going to be too sheared, even if it does try to develop. Once it gets off that frontal boundary, there's just going to be, I think, a lot of shear in that environment. So I agree with their low end chance of development. If it was more centered, like under the heat dome, that's a better situation because then your shear is kind of outside of that. But oh, I forgot I can do this. Oops, not that. Yeah, we can we can do all kinds of stuff on Aguacero weather now. But yeah, that heat dome is going to continue to expand over the next week or so, and that will push a little bit of shear into that area, especially as this thing kind of moves around a little bit. As it kind of expands here, then it shifts a little bit further towards the northeast, and then kind of wobbles back to the west in the next couple That's what models kind of have it. The models kind of expand it here, then shift it to the east, then shift it back to the southwest after the holiday weekend next weekend. But yeah, this is cool. We can even have South American high pressures and reverse the spin of the high pressure. That's interesting. I don't work for Aguacero. I don't know any of their inside secrets other than they generally read my mind when I've thought of a new feature. Usually, like the next update, I get a new feature without even reaching out to them. But having the ability to reverse the high pressure south of the equator, highs and lows spin the opposite direction, makes me think they might be future proofing this, because we do have like satellite data and even like map data for, I think, the entire world. You can see here, if I go to the South America, we have, the street views. And if I zoom in enough, there's even the highway numbers and everything. So, I mean, they have a whole map of data. And this just makes me think they maybe want to use that a little more. Because, yeah, we can reverse the spin in those. Yeah, it's like fully customizable. I don't know. That's my only guess. Again, I don't work for them. I think the low pressures, you can do the same. Yeah, low pressure, you can do the same. Low pressure in North America and the northern hemisphere spins counterclockwise, but in the southern hemisphere it spins clockwise, so I can reverse it. So that's very interesting. Oh, we just got this too in the latest update. If anyone's just joining us, this is not live. This is um, not new data or anything. But I can now put a little, if I wanted to, I can track out a hurricane, and I can change the category, customize all of this, and also even change it down to tropical storm. And I believe I can spin this too. Yep. I can spin it. I can add a little shadow. Change the shadow distance. Oh, even the angle of the shadow I can change. That's cool. Anyway, all kinds of good stuff. But yeah, we do have to watch this area. It's kind of in the climatologically favored area, other than the Gulf for a quick spin up. Nothing in the Gulf for the next week or so, but anything close to home, that's generally the favorited climatological areas. And if anything does spin up, we'll cover that. Um, because even if it's just a tropical storm, it's going to be pretty close to land. So we'll make sure we got you covered in the southeast. Yeah, right now I think it's probably the best time for radar because the technology has caught up. It's easy for us to have radar on our phones and on our computers, and yeah, all these radar companies are massively innovating. I've seen some pretty good innovations from a couple of the other radar companies lately too. So this one just kind of fits what I do, and I like the science-based communication, and I like how much visualization we can use here. And but the other radar apps are good, and the best thing is a lot of the features that you need to at least kind of keep yourself safe or your family safe. A lot of those now are on the free versions of these apps, where just 5 years ago, most of those, things like correlation coefficient or even velocity and high def velocity used to be, paid upgrades. But now that kind of stuff is all free, so you can at least get the information you need very quickly from all these radar apps. And yeah, and then there's paid tiers, different paid tiers for how much more you want to add and all the extra goodies. But yeah, I totally agree. Holy donut. And they just keep innovating. I just got an update while we were live streaming on a new update, and their update just came out yesterday. Yeah, I still, I still use it. I still use Radar Scope every now and then if I have to really quickly check something. But yeah, I do have it still downloaded on my phone. Still a little bit of a spin in there. That seems to have relaxed a little bit near Plentywood. It's kind of behind the leading edge, so it's in the rain-cooled environment. We'll continue to watch it. There's a little bit of general broad, almost MCV type spin in this area in eastern or northeastern Montana. They're running out of room here. They keep trimming the warning on the backside. They're running out of room to add a new warning. I would guess in the next couple of minutes they're going to add a new warning here for Minot Stanley Garrison. But the one good thing is this has dropped off a little bit. Now seeing it just warned 60-mile-an-hour winds, which is interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen a new wind report lately. There was the 70, 68 out of Dickinson earlier, but it's still probably close to considerable threat in pockets in here. This has gotten a little bit tighter on this little area spin in here south of New Leipzig and Elgin. Keep an eye on that one. It was tornado warned earlier. It at least has a little bit of accentuated wind on the RFD surge on this rear flank or this surging part. And then there's your weakness where the winds go away from the radar. So yeah, there's still a pocket in here, at least gusting out. But tornado possible, generally lifting towards Carson, Lark, Flasher, and Raleigh in western North Dakota. Hey, Logan, how's it going? Logan. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that. Not Logan's. Logan's making fun of or poking fun at one of the other major streamers. And, well, oh, I know. Holy donut. Yeah, like I have more data now than like a lot of. I mean, I have at least as much data or more data than I think some actual news stations, but especially that we can do kind of broadcast quality work here from a home studio. Like it's crazy. Um, and I guess I never really thought about that in the like more than a couple years ago that technology had caught up where we can basically do home digital meteorology from a home studio. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, the best thing is I look awesome when I dress up and dress to the nines and put on the suit and tie and stuff. Like, yeah, I look good. But I mean, to just do it in a t-shirt at home, just chilling, like I would never have thought of that years ago. Yeah, still seeing this rotation in here. Yeah, it's this area right here that I'm watching. I'm surprised they didn't, and they've dropped it down to a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. I'm surprised they just didn't continue a separate warning for this little area in here. Um, Even if they not keep that destructive, but make that its own tornado possible warning. Because, yeah, it's a little bit more concentrated, but if they get a tornado warning, they'll put one in. As we get a little bit closer to the Bismarck radar, too, we can also see what this looks like. It's still looking up about 4,000 feet. It's not super tight. You can see there's reds here going away from the radar. And there's some greens, some brighter blue and greens going towards the radar. There's still kind of this little gray area in here. It's not super tight, but there is broad rotation, and it has gotten a little bit better organized in the last couple radar scans. Yeah, I'm surprised they have not added a new warning yet. Some of the storm is about out of the warning polygon. Crosby to Stanley, you guys have a new warning though. Considerable threat, some small hail, probably not many. There's not much hail in there. There may be some pockets just south of Wild Rose. But this area could use a new warning.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh, okay. That's how they've done it. Yeah, I generally don't do much with it. I can do kind of some of the things the other streamers do with kind of creating their own warning polygons, but I tend not to do it, but I could. I can even actually color stuff, which you get into some interesting ethics with that, creating your own warnings that can look pretty official too. Um, I can match it almost exactly. And if you were just tuning in right now, you might think you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. I can stretch it across the Minot area. I can change the thickness to match the other warning polygons. So like, I don't know. There's tools for it. I just don't usually like that kind of stuff. The y'all watches or the max things and stuff. Like, I don't know. It has its purposes. It can have its purpose sometimes, but I don't love it. I think it's better if you do it on a live stream like this than having it pop up on your phone, like on the weather apps that we were just talking about weather apps, but like some of the other weather apps have some of the top streamers alerts able to pop up on the weather map. And I think that adds a little extra complexity because someone may purchase that feature and not know exactly how that feature is derived. Where here, if we're just kind of sketching it out live, you at least get my concept, you get my input. I can say, hey, this area deserves a warning, or this area is likely to get a warning soon. And you'll see TV meteorologists do that too. They'll put their own tracking tools and things on storms that maybe deserve a warning that aren't getting it. So I don't have a problem with that as much as that warning I just made getting put out on an app somewhere where you don't get the live context that I'm giving you. That gets into kind of the area I'm not that comfortable with yet. But yeah, that's kind of my whole thing on it. Yeah, holy donut, yeah. The phased array radars are still a long way out, I believe. And yeah, I don't think we'll see the phased array radars for a while. There's still debate. We still have too many radar holes already with the current radar setup. It'd be nice to get some of those filled. And I have a feeling we will get a few of those radar holes filled before we see the phased array radars. Even though, yes, they have shown promise in the research side for the phased array radars. It's interesting they've dropped this warning or let the warning expire. Let me double check and make sure I'm getting the warnings, but I always have backup radar available for me on a completely different software suite. Yeah, they may have actually canceled that warning, which is interesting. Okay, but yeah, I don't have a new warning, so that's interesting. Go back and look at this tornado possible tag down in here. It's in here near Leith, Carson, Lark, Flasher, Raleigh. I feel like it may have slowed down a little bit because I feel like we were calling those names a little while ago. They still have it north and east at 55. And this is one of those tools, since we do have some people that are interested in Agosera, I'll pull my toolbar out. Usually I tuck it away, but you can kind of see what this one I'll track out as a cell tool. And I'll track it at 55. To the east-northeast. The other thing I can do on this cell cone tool is I can narrow and widen the cone. I'll keep it fairly wide there at the end, but Carson, 4 minutes or less. Flasher, about 21 minutes. Lark, about 12. Raleigh, roughly about 16 minutes. And then I have to watch this because if it does pull towards the north, it could get up towards the Bismarck area in about 50 minutes or so. And then I can also adjust on the fly, which is nice. If it switches a little more towards the right, Solon would be about 40 minutes and Cannonball about 50 minutes or so. So that gives us enough kind of information there. Looks like we're getting a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers those areas. Severe thunderstorm watch is valid until 4 a.m. in the central time zone and includes areas like Minot, Rugby, Mohall, Bismarck to Jamestown, and then Linton, Ashley, and Ellendale. A couple of tornadoes are possible, scattered hail up to ping pong ball size possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. So yeah, slightly lower end than the current watch. The current watch called for 90 mile an hour winds, softball size hail, and 90 mile an hour. Oh, and a couple strong tornadoes. The current tornado watch. So this is a step down in the watch wording, but still pretty high end severe watch with an all hazards threat. I will say, Holy Donut, it takes a little bit of practice. It was the only when I started to use it off camera, but not for our streams first. When I started to play around with it, it was the only one that I really I watched all their their tutorials first. Well, I played around with it like one day, and then decided to watch the tutorials that evening. It was much more intuitive after I watched the tutorials, and now it works pretty much how I want it to. But yeah, it wasn't quite as just like download and go like pretty much most of the other apps and stuff. But yeah, I think I linked it above somewhere. They do have a YouTube page with tutorials that were really helpful. Well, I'll just re-find it, but yeah, there it is. Yeah, once I kind of went through those YouTube tutorials, and then the next morning I played around with it, I was like, oh, okay, this is what they're saying, and that kind of stuff, and it clicked after that. But yeah, that was helpful. And I should note too, just because I was saying it here, and in case it got back to those guys, but any of those streamers that are doing like their own alert systems or their own warnings and stuff, um, like I do understand why. I do understand the broad theory behind it, that it's to help increase lead times and fill any gaps and then add their experience and stuff. And I think there is a science base. They are, I know, tracking like the success stats and stuff of some of those alerts and things. But I just think it's a little bit of a gray area if we're not doing it live. If we're doing it live on a screen and saying like, hey, this area should get a warning, that's one thing, versus like pushing them out on some of those apps. I think that's a little bit of more of a gray area, but I do want to say, like, if this somehow gets back to those guys, I understand why you're doing it, and I think in general they're doing it for positive reasons. So you always want to start there. If they're doing it for positive reasons, that's a good thing. But I don't know. I've done research and studied warning theory, and I know that's something that the National Weather Service really takes to heart. And there's some complications with into the warning theory with creating these their own warnings and pushing them out on their own on apps and stuff without the live feedback that we may give you on live streams. But yeah, and I don't know if there's a best way to do it. I don't know if you could do it and just push it out to people on the app that are just watching your live stream. I don't think there's a good way to do that yet. To know who's on the app while also live, so they're getting the context. I don't know. Maybe in the future there might be, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they haven't put out. I don't think they haven't put out a new tutorial in a while, because even all the updates they've done, all the base stuff that's on that tutorial playlist is all like I was able to take that and use it and apply it right away. Um so yeah, I don't think anything has changed dramatically since that tutorial that they put out, that playlist there. I think there's like 6 videos. Um they've added features, but but yeah, all the base stuff for that tutorial is all good. Let's see. Crosby to Stanley, that's where we still have the 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat. This is in northwest portions of North Dakota, Noonan, Columbus, Powers Lake to Stanley. And it's about to push into areas like Estevan, Saskatchewan, just crossing the Canadian border right now, just north of Crosby. And again, not everybody's going to see those 70-mile-an-hour winds, but the ones that we see are going to be in those little pockets where the wind is surging out, rain-cooled air surging out, and pushing some of these line segments forward. So there's one in there. There's one that's just come through Stanley, and then also one near the Canadian border near Crosby. That's generally pushing towards Estevan, one of the more populated areas in this part of North America. So Pretty significant community there, South Saskatchewan, right on the Canadian-US border. I believe Portal, North Dakota, is one of the 24-hour border crossings in this area. So this is a pretty heavily traveled area in southern Saskatchewan and then northern parts of North Dakota. All right, dog update there. Let's see. Did I miss a bunch of stuff? The cows. Yeah. Did we have cows on our chaser stream the other day? I forget if we did or not. I guess Logan and Levi maybe know each other. That's cool. If not, you know each other now. You're making friends on our community page there. Interesting little cell that's gone up. A new warning there. McLaughlin. Yeah. Wow. Look at all this. It's gone up relatively quickly, just south and west of Fort Yates. Some new storm activity. A couple of healthy cores in here. Could have some small hail in them. Maybe that one not quite yet, but there's maybe some pockets of small hail right along the North Dakota, South Dakota state line. This cell still means business as it's coming into the areas south and west of Mandan and Bismarck. It has surged out, so we've actually lost that tornadic threat, at least in the short term. Yeah, that area of rotation, it's kind of surged out. So we'll see if it kind of reforms later, but right now, not imminently tornadic. There are some pockets here. We're getting a little closer to the radar site. Some pockets of fairly low level high winds in here, pushing 70 near Almont, and areas like 67, 69. This is a new surge here above 70 miles an hour, and then kind of extending back in that blue shade, mid to upper 60s. There's also some pockets in here that are in the 70s. So as this gets closer to this Bismarck radar and it's coming down the radial, as like the beam shoots out, it's seeing directly towards these storms. We're getting a better sense of the winds with these. So it does appear like there's still pockets of 65 to 70 mile an hour winds. And yes, it is being warned still considerable threat. Again, not everybody's going to get that, but if you get on these leading edge surges like Raleigh might be right now, and this area north of Lark, then you may get into some of those 65 to 70 to even 72-ish mile winds. Yeah, we haven't had a ton of tornado warnings today. We've had more tornado warnings, I think, in Kentucky today than we've had actually up here in our tornado watch area. But we may get a few more. As the Storm Prediction Center noted, there are some areas of mesovortices that we have to keep watching of. This looks a little interesting. What is this doing? There is some spin in here near Merriman. This is in extreme north, north central, I guess, northwest parts of Nebraska. That is a little bit intriguing. And yeah, that has tightened up relatively quickly. That area of rotation here near Merriman. It's going to be well west of Valentine, but headed up towards the US 20 corridor, Cody, and Nenzel. And then there's also a pretty big surge of wind in here. So that is a dangerous surge of wind. surprised this isn't being warned as considerable threat yet. But yeah, this is that area that had some discrete cells, and one of those is kind of a lead supercell right in here. And that has gotten kind of incorporated into this line segment, but it is spinning. So does this have a tornado? This doesn't even have a tornado possible tag on it. That one is one to watch along the US 20 corridor, Cody to Nenzel. Okay. I had to give my own weather report if it's going to rain overnight. This is not a good situation here. This could potentially be tornado in progress. Let's see. Ooh. This may be a tornado in progress here. It's really hard to tell because it's actually wrapped up with the hail and wind. So this correlation coefficient isn't perfect, but there is a pocket here of a little bit of an increase in correlation, or I should say a decrease in correlation, lower values of correlation. And that's right here where this signature is showing. And spectrum width has also come up on that. What does shear rate look like? Shear rate's picking up on it, not as intense yet, but that is potentially a tornado in progress. And then on the reflectivity, there's a little bit of a weak echo region right in there. See, there's a pretty good hail core in there, and then there's this little weak echo region right where that circulation is. So this potentially is a tornado in progress. It's unwarned as far as a tornado warning. It would be in a severe thunderstorm warning, though. Oh yeah, Logan. I was still working on it. I got to figure out though what I want to do. I don't know if Discord is going to get me more viewers versus maybe TikTok or not Facebook. We have Facebook. I don't know. I got to decide where I want to put my energy into other social media, because what you don't want to do is just create everything and then it's all spread super thin and it's half done. Discord I might use as more of like a, I don't know, more of like a favorites or members thing. I'm thinking of right now to do it more like that. And then it's also a little less work if it's like a members only thing versus like TikTok or Instagram
A new flash
would be a
flood
little
warning
bit
has been
broader and we
issued.
can actually probably get some more viewers and followers. But I don't know. So I'm still kind of debating the pros and cons of each one. It's broadened just on the last scan, but that may have produced a brief tornado in there. Heads up if you're in Cody or Nenzel, be ready to take tornado safety precautions in this area, even towards Kilgore in northern parts of Nebraska. This is a dangerous storm. Yeah, there's still something kind of fishy going on with the correlation coefficient in there too. Could be hail. It's hard to take. It's hard to really confirm that via correlation coefficient, but when you take out the correlation coefficient is a little bit lower, and then you added in the pretty tight velocity, especially like a scan ago. Some of that is contaminated, but right in there, When you take the correlation coefficient and take that the weak echo region was in place, there's your weak echo region. Um, Probably a brief tornado at least. If it's still in there, I don't know. But that very well could produce, even if it hasn't, even if it's lifted, it could produce a new tornado. So heads up, Cody and then Zell. Our other storms pushing closer and closer to the Bismarck area and getting much better readings on these. Seeing a wide swath here of 60 to 70 plus mile an hour winds. Still about 2,000 feet up, so not all that's going to reach the ground, but if we're close to that, there's some good bursts here of 70 mile an hour winds, and actually seeing a bit of a wider swath of that now. So this is going to approach the Bismarck area with some considerable threat winds. If you're in Bismarck or know anyone there, you might want to give them a call, give them a text, and let them know. I would be in a low level interior room, away from windows, away from skylights, that sort of stuff. Make sure you're away from any broken glass. What is that tracking at? Let's see. We'll go from this leading edge kind of right in here. Bismarck about 20 minutes from now. Lincoln 20, Mandan about 23, Minokan 26, Sterling about 37, Driscoll would be about 43. And if you're south and west of Bismarck along Highway 6 in Morton County, roughly about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Stones. It's a good way to communicate, I think, with probably more of the people that are already a part of the community than getting new community people. Holy donut. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. TikTok might be the better way to get some new people in. And then and then we can convert them over to Discord people as they kind of get established in the community. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. And as we kind of add memberships and stuff, then potentially making the membership perk, getting the Discord access. That's what I'm thinking right now. At least kind of brainstorming, because I need to be able to give members that pay for something a little extra, and that would be one of the extras is access to the Discord, like a private Discord. That's kind of my thoughts right now. There are still a couple little circulations that are also showing as we get closer to the radar site. We'll keep an eye on those. Cruise. Yeah, I think we'll be on for a while, Cruise. This is a big burst of wind. If you're in the Bismarck area, I would not, maybe hold off going to sleep if you're in Bismarck, because things are going to get rocking and rolling pretty quick here. It is Saturday night, so you may want to stay up a little late tonight and just let this main part of the storm get through, and then you can kind of get to sleep with the rain and thunder behind it. But yeah, if you can, I would wait another hour. Where is that? That's a cool look. That was behind, yeah, that's behind those storms as they came through. Or no, that's I guess on the leading edge, but it must have been a thin line so you could see the sun on the backside of those through the Garrison area. Looking to the northwest, you see a little bit of the shelf cloud there coming across the Garrison area, and then kind of that overshooting top. How is it doing in there? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Stones is it seems like Discord might be a little more intimate, so better for like the established people in the community rather than just like throwing it out a Discord link and seeing if people join. And then it keeps it a little more contained as well. I think this line segment actually has weakened as it's come across the Garrison area. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Finns. How's it going tonight? I was going to say that bot is probably ready to throw Finns in bot prison. Finns was probably one cruise raid away from getting the bot block. But yeah, this area is still considerable threat. Crosby, probably actually like one of the more considerable threats, is now into southern Saskatchewan, approaching areas like Weyburn and Estevan. It looks like this leading edge probably has some of the more potent winds in that line segment. And let's see, they do have a severe thunderstorm warning covers those areas: Radville, Weyburn, and Estevan. Environment Canada tracking a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And let me see if they've added. They've not added a wind speed confidence. But yeah, like our other storm, there's pockets in here of 60 to 70 plus. Not everybody's going to get it, but it's going to be these little pockets of wind in here. One near Tribune up towards Goodwater, another one south near Torquay. So those are all lifting up generally towards Radville and towards Estevan. Has it got you much, Cruz? I didn't think it got you too much.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Hey, Tangy. How's it going? Let's see. Oh, yesterday's video? Yeah. I put probably too much work into that and I wanted to put a little more into it, but I just decided to just publish it as is. I probably got a little too deep in the weeds, but I don't put them out as much. I try to save them for bigger events rather than the day-to-day weather, but so I put a decent amount into that, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty potent heat dome. Sometimes the heat wave and the heat dome does get used, I think, a little too much in media, and you'll probably hear a bunch of news and media and social media things on it, but it does look like it's going to be pretty prolonged, at least into the 8 to 14 day range, maybe even longer. And that is going to be dangerous heat. And I think the worst thing is, yeah, they finally actually have added a warning in there. Minot, Garrison, Stanton, Washburn, Turtle Lake, Velva, and Granville gets a new warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. But the worst thing about the heat dome is, and we talked about it a little bit, but I probably should have mentioned it more. Some of the low temperatures are going to be like 80 degrees. It's going to be an insane amount of like nighttime heat, and that can be really dangerous. 60-mile-an-hour winds, they're going to continue. Actually, really surprised about that. They did not continue the 70-mile-an-hour winds, even though we're seeing pretty low level look at 70 plus in here. I still think there's considerable threat winds headed for the Bismarck area. And yeah, that's a surge. You can see this backwards C shape in here. It's surging out. And yeah, that's some 70 plus mile an hour winds likely headed for Bismarck. It's not quite derecho status, I don't think. I don't think it's as organized as a derecho, but it's a derecho is essentially a extra strong mesoscale convective system, and that's what we do have. Um, we do have a bit of a mesoscale convective system. It's just not super crazy organized, but there is a little bit of a MCV in here near Plentywood. There's a little bit of a localized mesoscale low, essentially, and there's a little bit of like broad mesoscale spin in there. And with that, then we have the enhanced squall line that's kind of out ahead of it. But I don't think we're at derecho status. It's not crazy organized. It's kind of also been put together with 3 different line segments coming together. So this little MCV is kind of helping to kind of organize everything, but we had kind of a separate cluster and that got attached, and now that other area is getting attached in there too. So actually we have pretty much a solid line all the way down now into northern Nebraska. But it's more of
A
a
new flash flood warning has been
more of a
issued.
typical squall line right now than a fully fledged derecho. I want to look here where the tornado possible tag is. Earlier we saw maybe a brief tornado in progress earlier. It's hard to say if there's one in there still. It's still broad rotation, but there's still rotation crossing US 20 just to the west or just around Cody, Nebraska. If I was in that area, it might be good to stay in a safe place, lowest level interior room. See what this looks like as it gets across the US 20 corridor. But yeah, back a few minutes ago, I think we had a brief tornado. This would have been about 10:14 in the central time zone, where we had a pretty co-located area of rotation with a weak echo region and with a little bit of lower CC values. And you can see how that's continued to kind of work off to the north-northeast. Yeah, some of the features of a derecho are going to be the same as the features of a MCS, but the a derecho is kind of just a version of an MCS just on steroids, just extra enhanced version of
A new
a
PDS
mesoscale
severe
convective
thunderstorm
system.
warning has been issued.
I don't know you that well, Finns, but I know you've been in here before. I know you're a returning viewer, Finns, hopefully a follower. If not, there's the Streamlabs got it there. If you're not a follower yet, like and subscribe and click the bell icon, get notified when we go live. Yeah, this needs a considerable threat tag on it. Coming into the Bismarck area, we're basically at or below 1,000 feet and seeing 69, 72, 71, 73, and then there's some pockets in here of higher winds on the leading edge there, and there's some pockets also down in here that are above 70. There still is also a little bit of rotation. Yeah, right in here as well, near St. Anthony. We'll keep an eye on that one too. That's generally working up towards Linwood, Schmidt, Apple Creek Wildlife Refuge, and maybe the south side of Bismarck. It's about to get a little bit hairy here into Bismarck, North Dakota. And then we did get a destructive tag. Let's see. 10:32, so just a couple minutes ago, 4 miles southwest of Cody, 79 mile an hour winds. So tornado possible tag, 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be with this area of circulation. Yeah, seeing 76, so that's pretty close to 79. But yeah, that, regardless of it being on the ground, this area of circulation has damaging to destructive winds. Now, the interesting thing is, I believe the state line is a different office, so we'll see if the other Weather Service office completes the warning polygon, because this is actually lifting up. It's going to lift across the state line in the next couple minutes. This area of rotation is lifting, probably goes north of Valentine and goes into southern parts of South Dakota, maybe south of Spring Creek, south of St. Francis. I don't know if much is out here, but Lakeview, Olsonville, some of those areas right along the state line. Valentine continued to take basically tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room, away from doors and windows. You have a destructive severe thunderstorm. Good news is these destructive warnings will wake you up. They will activate the phone alerts, and your phone's going to be ringing really loud and buzzing and all that. East at 65. Valentine about 26 minutes. Spring Creek 5. St. Francis 11. If it gets up towards Rosebud, that'd be about 15 minutes. And then Valentine, yeah, 25. I would take tornado safety precautions anywhere in that area that I just read off. I didn't realize that. Is there a follower limit for rating? I didn't realize that. Hmm. I feel like they might have changed that feature, because I feel like you could used to be able to rate on small channels. Still seeing a couple pockets. There is considerable threat wind coming into the Bismarck-Mandan areas. And then there's still a couple pockets of some areas of circulation that we do have to keep our eye on. There's one in here and one down here along Highway 21. Probably just going to be just past that. But yeah, there's pockets of damaging to considerable threat winds in here. Yeah, that may be a new thing. They do kind of change those types of features around. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Storms are coming into Minot in the next couple minutes as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds at least, gusty in here, and then a lot of lightning. Tons of heavy rain. And then that works up towards Kenmare, Bowbells, Columbus, Noonan, and then across the border, Saskatchewan, Estevan, up towards Radville and Weyburn. Most of our cameras are probably pretty shot now. The Garrison area. And that's pretty much what we get now. Okay, the other warning office, would be out of Rapid City, is now also warning considerable threat for Mellett, Todd, and Bennett counties in south central South Dakota. They have it moving east at 40. Service out of North Platte, northeastern Cherry County. That's the destructive tag. Moving east at 65. So a couple different speeds there, but roughly probably split the difference between 40 and 65. Somewhere in the 50-55 kind of range. So we do have this little area of circulation, likely produced a brief tornado earlier. It's also been associated with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like that report is not on there yet, but we'll see. Couple new reports there. 60. 61 just a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago. Judson in Morton counties. 62 a little while ago in Rat Lake. 79 at Fortuna. This is just south of the Canadian border. So that checks out what we were saying earlier, is some of the heaviest winds are likely lifting off with this complex into southern parts of Saskatchewan. So that's that leading edge there. Estevan up to Weyburn, about to get hammered with potentially some damaging to destructive winds in excess of 70 miles an hour, potentially pushing 80. This is another area to watch here. This arc in this part of the line segment headed up towards Mohall and Bowbells. That may cross also into Canada. Okay, and they have upgraded this to a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning again. I was just about to say I was shocked that it still wasn't considerable threat, because we've seen these considerable threat winds are pushing right into the western sides of the Bismarck Metro, but they have updated that considerable threat. Yeah, seeing really low level looks here, 76 to 80 mile an hour. Not all that's going to reach the ground, but I think we're going to get some areas in here that are in excess of 70, especially right back in here where the heavy rain and precip is. That heavy rain transitions some of this wind energy to the ground level. So right in there, when you have these high wind readings and they're correlated with the heavy rain on the precip side, that's where we can get some of those higher wind gusts. So yeah, Bismarck, Mandan, Minokin, Sterling, Driscoll, Hazelton, Linton, Strasbourg, and now through Fort Yates prepare for damaging winds. The line kind of relaxes a little bit across parts of South Dakota. Yeah, not as strong across portions of South Dakota. And then we do get the destructive tag.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And again, if this tightens up any tighter, it's probably going to get a tornado warning too. We've seen this circulation for quite a while. And it's responsible for probably a brief tornado back here and at least 80 mile an hour winds, lifting up generally between Valentine and St. Francis, kind of straddling the South Dakota-Nebraska state line. But we did get a new tornado warning. It's going to be for the areas just north of the Bismarck area. Yeah, there's rotation right in here, right on the leading edge. It's hard to see, but there's rotation right in here. And there's the little notch feature in here, this little thumb that sticks out. Inflow in there, and then it's outflows right there. This is a tornado warning on the north side of the Bismarck Metro. Radar indicated for Burleigh, Morton, and Oliver counties in central North Dakota. That's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Okay, that little draw tool has a mind of its own sometimes, but let's see. Get that tracked out. There it goes. Okay. Wing would be about 38 minutes. Um, there's not as many populated communities out here. Midway, 9 minutes. That's going to be along Highway 83 north of Bismarck. Double Ditch, Indian Village, 3 minutes. Arnold, 10. Some of these northern communities of the Bismarck Metro, definitely stay in your tornado safe space. Baldwin, 12. And then if it holds together, Reagan, 26, and Wing, 39. But that's one area of circulation. There may be a couple others. There's the other one south of town as well. We've been following for a little while. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. Rotation still showing fairly consistent in here at about 500 feet. That's going to be approaching the south sides of the Bismarck Metro, Lincoln, Apple Creek, Wildlife Management Area. A couple different circulations in here, and then seeing that 60 to 70 plus mile-an-hour winds pushing into areas like Mandan and Bismarck. We'll lose a little bit of the radar just as it crosses that radar. Georgia Bulldog, you're in Bismarck? Hey, Sarah, welcome back. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet in the rest of the country here. Those storms died down across the mid-south, and I don't think those storms went towards you in the St. Louis area, so it's just going to be really hot. I haven't missed too much. This is actually, I think, only the second or third tornado warning that we've had in this tornado watch area. So there hasn't been as many tornadoes as maybe the Storm Prediction Center was originally thinking. And this is actually on the edge of the tornado watch itself and actually crossing into the severe thunderstorm watch. But yeah, the area of rotation is crossing the river right now, about to the Double Ditch Village, and then it's going to head out towards Midway, Arnold on the north side of the Bismarck area. It's crossing Highway 1804. Yeah, Georgia Bulldog, if you're in Bismarck, I would just make sure you're into your room, away from windows. If you're north side of town, tornado warning. And we're also kind of watching that little area of circulation on the south side of town as well. Down here towards Morton County Wildlife, towards Smith, and then eventually towards Apple Creek. If you're south side of town, I would also get ready to take tornado safety precautions. They've added a tornado possible tag to this whole line segment. Considerable threat, 70 mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible. A couple different areas of circulation in that. Okay, let's take a look. Where is it? Arnold? All right, yeah, if you're in Arnold, officially tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. That rotation is likely going to pass just north of there, but not by much. So if you're in the Arnold area, I would take tornado safety precautions. That area of rotation is right on the river there near Double Ditch Village. It stays on its current pace, more towards Midway. But it could wobble a little bit. It could head towards Arnold. And it's moving. It's moving at 55 miles an hour. Yeah, anywhere north sides of Bismarck up along Highway 83, tornado safety precautions. And then, yeah, still watching a couple circulations also south of town. Oh, geez. Yeah, sorry to scare you there, Sarah. No, this is a long way away. I don't even think we have many storms out there in the Mississippi Valley anymore. Let me look real quick. Um, yeah, things are settling down. We don't have even a lot of storms out here anymore. A couple storms north of Nashville, and a couple of showers and storms in Indiana, Illinois. But yeah, you look good. Things are going to clear out. It's going to be really hot. They've trimmed a bunch of these watches back, so areas there that were under the tornado watch earlier: Dickinson, Bowman, Mott, Bison, Buffalo, Sturgis, Rapid City, all those areas good to go for tonight. Have a good night, and thanks for joining us if you're in those areas, even up towards Watford City. Yeah, there's your shear rate detecting that cell just north of Mandan and Bismarck. Shear rate gets a little bit messy on some of these squall lines, but there's shear rate also on the other area of rotation just crossed Highway 6 in Morton County. And yeah, that shows up actually decently tight there. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. There's 3 areas of circulation I'm watching in the Bismarck area. One is north of Mandan and Bismarck, approaching Midway and Arnold. There's a weaker one approaching the Schmidt Bottoms and Apple Creek wildlife areas. That's going to be northeast on the east sides of town. And then there's another one further south that likely will miss the Bismarck metro. But a couple of different circulations in here. Bismarck, I'd be ready to take tornado safety precautions in case they warn any of these two. Yeah, and it's so humid outside. You might it you could get storms. Let's see. We'll check real quick. Wow, this is a massive complex of storms. This is the kind of stuff you get on the northern side of these heat domes. But this continues to grow and expand, and it does show some sort of MCV in there that kind of drives this, and actually spins westward with some rain and storms overnight, southern Saskatchewan. Actually comes back as kind of a low pressure. I don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah, there's a chance that it looks like that there are there's a chance that some showers and storms overnight across the Mississippi Valley. Probably not severe, just kind of tapping some of that humid and warm atmosphere. Hmm. Interestingly, this latest model just kind of downtrended on storms tomorrow afternoon in that risk area. So we'll see. It keeps stronger storms south through southern parts of Minnesota tomorrow. But then it doesn't really, yeah, that's interesting. The latest model doesn't really want to fire storms where the Storm Prediction Center has a risk area for tomorrow. But that's interesting note, but probably not, probably a little bit of an outlier. All right, severe storm with a tornado potential in here, crossing Highway 83 just north of the Bismarck area. That is that storm. We're seeing those severe storms through Bismarck, through the Lincoln area, and then there is a couple areas of circulation also south of Bismarck. One down here crossing 1806, and then the other one still kind of on the river bottoms. Hey guys, welcome, welcome. Kelsey, how's it going? It's like some of Stormcat's people. Mama G, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome. We're tracking severe weather across the Dakotas tonight. Fuzzy, Matt, aka Fuzzy, how's it going tonight? I haven't seen you in here in a while, Fuzzy. Stormcat raid, thanks guys. I'm sure Stormcat was covering some of this, but a couple interesting circulations in here near Mandan and Bismarck, North Dakota. One is tornado warned, and then we're watching considerable threat winds across the Bismarck area now. But there's your tornadic signature in here. Let's check and see. I don't think it has correlation coefficient with it. How's it going, guys? Ems, welcome. Ems is checking in from the UK, I believe. And still seeing some broad circulation out here. Should go between Bismarck and Hazleton. Kelsey, why are you mad at Brady? What did Brady do tonight? This other circulation I've been following for a while has crossed into South Dakota. It's just north of Cody, Nebraska, and just south of Spring Creek, South Dakota. Keeping an eye on this area of kind of broad rotation, but it has a history of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds as it scraped the mesonet site around Cody along US 20. Well, then there must be a reason for that cruise. Stormcats people love me, so I'm happy they're here. Buff and Puff, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Why is Brady in big trouble? Oh, geez. You guys are great. Yes, it's going to cross into South Dakota. We'll keep an eye on this storm. They have added the tornado possible tag. This is out of the Rapid City office. 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible in south central parts of South Dakota, Mellett, Todd, and Bennett counties. Mama G, because he's Brady. I don't know what he did tonight. I've been broadcasting for I don't know how long. So I haven't seen what he did. I have no knowledge of that. How long have we been broadcasting? About 6 hours. Oh no. Yeah, that's not great. Brayton, he banned he banned someone who doesn't know how to unblock it. It's in his settings. Stormcat, if you're watching, it's in your settings. Logan. Yeah, tornado warning continues here for another couple minutes. 14 more minutes. It's looking a little less organized than it was earlier, but here's the little inflow notch right in here, and then it kind of gusts out on the southern flank. So it's just crossing Highway 83 right about now, and yeah, that's where we see the higher winds in here, just near Midway. Definitely not as tight as it was just a few minutes ago, but still a circulation in here, still capable of producing a tornado, and it's going to go south of Wilton, but center line for areas like Wing. Keep an eye on this if you're up here near Wing, North Dakota. And for any folks in Bismarck, I know we did have a couple in here earlier. That tornado warned area is moving away from the city of Bismarck. I'm still also watching a couple circulations south of town, but they are not warned individually as tornadoes. They're not quite tight enough, but there are a couple circulations in there. And those would generally be lifting off towards Sterling and south, well south of downtown Bismarck. So if you're in downtown Bismarck, hold out another couple minutes and let this strong to severe line of storms pass. Yes, Stones is correct. Stones, definitely like and subscribe. It definitely helps us get this life-saving information out. No, we shouldn't ban Brady. He does good. I'm probably missing comment. There's Stormcat. Stormcat, you block someone and don't know how to unblock? Don't ban Brady. It's in your settings. Hold on a second. Let me help him out. He lies. They knew the rules. Hold on. I had this happen once because we had moderators back in the day, and when my channel was still small, we had a couple different moderators, and one of them got too feisty and blocked someone from asking a repeated question, and it was a good question. Settings. Well, now I can't find it either. With the pressure to find it really quickly, I can't find it either. Well, now I can't find it either, but it's somewhere in settings, Stormcat. Yeah, I think Mama G's right. I think it's in studio. M's. No, just trying to be helpful. Stormcat's a good dude. This still has a little bit of a hook feature on it. It looks a little bit more impressive in the reflectivity right now than it does in velocity, but that area is kind of surged out a little bit. It's a little bit more outflow dominant. These storms are leaving the Bismarck area relatively quickly. There still is another circulation that's kind of intriguing down in here, south of Bismarck, but we'll keep an eye on those. Crossing about 1804, Highway 1804 south of Bismarck. The rest of this whole warning in south central parts of North Dakota, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That extends down through Bismarck and then down to Linton, now through Fort Yates. I do want to see if we have any, yeah, we do. We have a mesonet site from Flasher in Morton County, 83-mile-an-hour winds. That's, yeah, that's that area that we saw pretty concentrated pocket of strong winds in there. 61 in Judson. So there's pockets of considerable to even destructive severe thunderstorm winds in that line segment. Welcome, guys. Yeah, Sarah's right. YouTube Studio under the settings, and then yeah, it's in the moderation tab. That's where I got lost because I think because I was trying to do it live and my studio is up and running right now, but it is somewhere in there. Sarah is correct. I think he's still in here. I don't know if he's still on here, but I mean, if he wrapped up his show, he might be tired too. Yeah, definitely win for Sarah there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This is going to be those two circulations that we were discussing for a while now. But one circulation here crossing 1804, and the other circulation down here. There may actually be a third in here. Looking at it again, yeah, there's a couple different QLCS circulations in here. It looks like they're going to warn all three of those, with a warning here for Emmons and Burleigh counties in south central North Dakota. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and excessive straight line winds. So yeah, they are warning the whole line there, moving east at 45. So we've been calling out some of these communities for a while. That's why one of the things I love to do what we do is hopefully we can extend these warning times, extend lead times, and help relay some of this important weather information. But let's see, about 45. There's some times of arrival. These circulations are going to close in on the I-94 corridor east of Bismarck. So especially in the morning, McKenzie about 11 minutes, Sterling 19, Driscoll 28, Moffett about 15 minutes, and Braddock 22 minutes. If it holds on and continues on that 94 corridor, keep an eye on this if you're out here towards Steele 41, Dawson 52, and Tappan would be about an hour. But a couple different circulations. I think it's good they warn these. Even if they're not super pronounced tornadic circulations, they all at least have individual damaging wind pockets in them as well, in the little mesocyclone that wraps around these circulations. So some little enhanced areas of not just spin, but also wind. So damaging to destructive winds in each of those little pockets. I'm doubtful they'll continue a warning to this northern area. It has kind of broadened. It's also weakened. Yeah, you can see even just a couple scans ago, that was a much tighter and brighter circulation. It has weakened, and on the latest radar scan, weakened even further. So we'll watch it, but it's more of a wind event up in this area right now, lifting off towards Wing, North Dakota. I apologize. I'm probably missing a bunch of stuff in chat. He's a shark and lurking. Yeah, Brady's probably lurking around, checking it out, making sure you guys all behave. You can also block remotely, so he can also probably block anyone that acts up in my chat just by lurking. But let's see what else. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Stones. You could do that. M's, no, this is a new warning. It's the same line segment, but a different part of the line segment. I thought at first it might be a continuation, but I don't think they're going to continue that. It's more of a wind issue up there. But there's a couple of different or a couple different areas of circulation is in this line. You know, generally moving towards Sterling and Driscoll and north of Hazleton. Hey, Storm Chaser Noah, how's it going? For anyone who hasn't tuned in for a while, a couple, I guess it was last week? Last week we featured Storm Chaser Noah's channel as our Storm Chaser. And his storm chasing buddy Jim did an excellent job tracking storms, dangerous tornadic storms across south central Illinois. So if you're new here, give Storm Chaser Noah a follow as well. He's got some great storm chasing content and more to come. New warning also out for areas in central North Dakota, McHenry, and Sheridan counties. Those are going to be areas east of Minot, essentially, and north and east of Washburn. This complex is still holding on fairly healthy as it crosses central North Dakota. Some of the model data earlier had it weakening around then. I think it's going to get at least into the kind of eastern North Dakota fairly healthy. And then still also a severe line segment up into areas in southern Saskatchewan, Weyburn, down to Estevan. This area right on the Canadian border had an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. That line segment has lifted off towards Weyburn and Estevan. So likely some damaging to destructive winds in southern Saskatchewan this afternoon. This evening. And no tornado warnings there, but the Environment Canada does have a basically that whole line segment from Weyburn down to Estevan is also warned in Canada for the damaging to destructive winds. And in fact, they're warning some of these areas back here as well. Sounds good, Sarah. Have a great night. Stay cool. It is going to be hot in Missouri, like the next, 14 days or so. Missouri is going to be like literally cooking pretty much at the center of the heat dome for the next like 2 weeks. So good luck to Sarah. Let's see. I hope I'm not missing too much in the chat. Chat's going fairly quickly. It looks like it's mostly just some people in support of Brady and some people upset at Brady. So I don't think I'm missing too much. Yeah, Brady's definitely helped our watch out. I appreciate Brady a lot. If Brady is in here, or maybe I'll try and relay it to him sometime if he isn't in here. But I was gonna raid him back. We had a stream like 2 or 3 weeks ago. We had a decent amount of people in here, and I had a hard out that I had to get to. And yeah, I went on and I was expecting Brady to still be on, and he wasn't, so I couldn't raid him back. But at some point, I will get Brady back. Yeah, he's been good to us. We've had some good channel growth and also good viewership thanks to some of his raids. So I do appreciate that. He brings a completely different energy than I think my stream, but it's a good kind of yin and yang and complementary. Oh yeah, Ems, you guys are having a big heat wave out in Europe and the UK, right? With no air conditioning, that would be brutal. There are still areas in the US that don't have air conditioning, but most areas even that could get away without having it generally have air conditioning, but yeah, it's going to get hot for a lot of the country here the next couple days. I do want to check this other area too. They have backed off the destructive tag across Valentine, Nebraska. It's like things are a little less organized down here. That broad mezzo has kind of collapsed on itself south of St. Francis. Still a little bit of spin in there, but that area is not looking as healthy as it did earlier. That was kind of its own little embedded supercell earlier. That's lifted off. It's kind of ingesting some rain-cooled air. There's new storms that have gone up out ahead of this. Looks like they're interfering with some of the severity of that line segment, but Still some considerable threat. They backed off that too. Yeah, considerable threat through Valentine, Nebraska. Maybe just north of there along Highway 83. Losing a few of those areas of the more intense winds. We're losing a bunch of those. And good news is I'm looking here, I don't see as many storm reports out of some of these areas in north central Nebraska and all the way up through the Dakotas. 62-mile-an-hour gusts, 60 at Beulah. We had the 83 west of Bismarck, and that looks like it verified through the Bismarck area as some considerable threat winds. But then, yeah, through most of South Dakota, we're seeing like 50s and 60s, mid 60s for some of these, but nothing like crazy. And then into Nebraska, just that one, but that was more of a mesocyclone with the 79-mile-an-hour winds. They've trimmed the warning up a little bit. They're continuing that warning another 12 minutes. That's well east of Bismarck now. That's in areas in Burleigh and Emmons counties. Straight line winds and a couple areas of rotation in there that are capable of producing tornadoes. Let's take a look and see if we have any correlation coefficient. I don't think we're going to. Yeah, I don't see any in there. And that one has actually broadened out a little bit. This is, I think, more of the main event right now, is this circulation here just to the northwest of Moffett. Yeah, that other area kind of broadened out. So still a line of severe winds coming into this area, but less of a tornado circulation. There is one right in here. Potentially also some 70-mile-an-hour winds, Britain to Moffett along Highway 83. Oh, that would really be bad if schools didn't have it. That'd be really rough. We're responding to M's there. Hospitals too. I feel like hospitals want to have air and heat. Just to some things you do in a hospital, you just want to have like a temperature regulation. There's actually some little micro vortices in here too. And there's one right there. We're close to the radar site, so you can see a lot of this little micro vortices. They could produce little spins that we don't even register as tornadoes, especially if these little micro vortices have 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then the line segment behind it wraps in with 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's just going to cover up a little micro vortice. This one's not. This is more of a QLCS circulation. But yeah, the amazing things you can see when you're close to the radar is just incredible sometimes. Buff and puff, yeah. No, that's a valid point. The after the disaster can obviously sometimes be worse, especially in the summer without air conditioning. And cleanup is hard work, so it's important to get into air conditioning if you're cleaning up after disasters. A couple areas of bulging wind surges in here. McCluskey, Goodrich, Wing. This area was tornado warned earlier, but not a tornado there coming towards Wing anymore. Seen a couple tornado reports. I haven't seen a ton. I don't think we had as many as well, definitely as we've had a massive tornado watch that covered everywhere from northern Nebraska all the way up through the western Dakotas. We've had only a couple tornadoes compared to the amount of real estate that's been covered by a tornado watch. And yeah, severe storms coming through Mohall. They're through the Minot area. Another little area there that's a little bit of a notch feature to watch. And again, that's another area that's because we're so close to this radar site, we can see this little spin in there Shows up also on the spectrum width that shows chaotic winds at different speeds. Yeah, keep an eye on that little circulation through Minot, through Surrey, and just north of Norwich. Granville, Towner, Velva to Drake, approaching Goodrich, Turtle Lake, Wing, Driscoll, Sterling. Most of the worst of it is going to be through Bismarck, but still pretty nasty through the Bismarck area for another couple minutes. And down towards Cannonball, Linton, Strasbourg. Severe warning there continues. Considerable threat. Looks like they're probably just going to let this watch expire. It expires in 37 minutes. But severe threat is pretty much over across Montana. There is still some pretty heavy rain in northeast Montana, some various flash flood watches. So turn around, don't drown this evening, especially if you're along the Canadian border or in the Plentywood area. Montana also getting snow this week. There's actually some significant snow potential. Winter storm warnings are in effect for portions of southwest Montana through Monday. Above 6,000 feet, 8 to 16 inches of snow. So yeah, winter is not done for some of these areas here in the Bitterroot Range. Areas like Butte, Dillon, Virginia City, Helena, areas south of Bozeman. Winter weather advisories, 9 inches of snow possible. That's a little much. I like snow. I like snow, but getting snow in the last week in June is a little bit much. Still seeing a couple circulations in here. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's part of that is the pattern though, because this area out west here in Montana is going to be in a trough while we have that, and we can do this. Let's see. Can I do this? Can it work? It might work. Let's try this. I'm trying it live, so it's a little bit different than a forecast video, but let's see if this works. Wow, that's a little fast. Okay, so that works. That's kind of the jet stream pattern that's going to set up during this heat dome with troughing off of the west. So it's cooler out here, and then that heat dome sets up and just pumps the heat across the east. So that's why we have. Oh, and I can even do this. Hold on, we can get even fancier, guys. Can we get fancier? We can. Oops. There we go. That's beautiful. Thank you, Aguacero Weather. This is kind of the jet stream pattern. This is very general. This is not exact. You saw me. I literally just threw this together. But for M and for others, this is kind of the jet stream pattern that we get the next week to 14 days. So we get cooler temperatures and troughing out west. The heat dome builds into the central and eastern U.S. And the jet stream takes little pieces of energy off the Rockies and transitions it across the northern tier and into the Canadian prairies and into the Great Lakes. So there's going to be rounds of severe storms potentially across the northern tier. But yeah, that's why there's still some snow, some mountain and high elevation snow across those northern Rockies in Montana and Idaho. Is just under that low and that troughiness. There's just going to be cooler temperatures, below average temperatures, even up at elevation. Yeah, this works great. We'll have to use this for some forecast videos too. And then, yeah, the heat just continues to pump very warm, humid air. As this heat dome builds, it's going to be super crazy humid, super crazy hot, and not fun. But that also will push enough humidity up along that clash of air masses along the northern tier to get some repeated rounds of storms across these areas. And it'll wiggle around, it shrinks and wiggles and moves around, but that's generally the idea. And we'll probably have a few more forecast videos on it. We had one yesterday that went fairly extensive into the heat dome, but we'll have more forecast videos as that heat dome develops, because it does look like model data shows it's going to hang around for a while. It's going to build here first and then kind of drift eastward, but then model data actually takes it into the second week of July, kind of drifting back to the south and west. So it may kind of float around in this general area for a little while. And in fact, we hinted at it in our forecast video. There are some longer range patterns of an omega block, which looks like the Greek symbol omega. And that tends to basically shut down the east-west flow. And if it does, we get into an omega block pattern that could extend the heat dome out even longer. But yeah, the little back door kind of omega might actually push this a little bit back west a little bit. So that's why it's going to kind of fumble around in this area. Yeah, that's cool. We can do some extra cool stuff now. Did we get a new tornado warning, or I think we just got an updated tornado warning? Yeah, still radar indicated. They've trimmed it, I believe. Still in here near Sterling, and then a little bit tighter near Driscoll, south of Driscoll. Let's see. East of Moffett. Yeah, showing really well in the spectrum width. Spectrum width does great with QLCS circulations. You can see those circulations really detailed in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to extend that through Driscoll and extend it in the next county, Burleigh, Emmons, and Kidder counties. Now in central North Dakota. Still moving east at 40. And still being warned as an excessive line segment for excessive straight line winds and tornadoes. Yeah, and that was a really rough look, Ems, but hopefully it gives you kind of a sense of the broader scale of the pattern and the jet stream patterns. Good night, crews. Have a good night. Yeah, and Buff and Puff, I feel like 6,000 feet, 6,500 feet is actually fairly low. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that area of the country, but I feel like sometimes those snow elevations are even higher than that. Oh geez, Mama G, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I want snow in June and July. I saw parts of Alaska had some thunderstorms this week. I think the National Weather Service out of Fairbanks, Alaska, posted they had some thunderstorms over the last couple days, which is a little bit of a rarity there, but most of this severe weather is now out of the tornado watch area, so they're going to likely do some slicing and dicing to this watch area. We still have a couple stronger storms riding kind of along the Nebraska, South Dakota border. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60 and a tornado possible near Rosebud. That area of circulation earlier was the tornado possible tag, but I don't think there's much of a tornado threat in there right now. Mostly a damaging wind risk now through Valentine, basically riding along that South Dakota and Nebraska border. No, Highland, I love this kind of stuff. This is great. Yeah, I slept in this morning, so I knew we were going to have a fairly long live stream today. If I forecast right, I know there's a pretty good chance of a long live stream, and I'll prep myself in the morning and just kind of relax a little extra if I know it's going to be a late night stream. Last week, I think we had like a 15-hour live stream, one of our longest ones ever. Let's see. That's the benefit. Highland, that's that's the one trade-off. I really sometimes I do kind of envy like Highland works in a statewide or a specific region. There's some other streamers that work just on regions or states. And there's a benefit there too, because you're probably not covering the same severe weather for like 15 hours straight. But I do like the national coverage. This is still an interesting little circulation. We're seeing it really close because it's close to the radar site, but it's kind of tucked up right in there. Yeah, that's that area that's come out of the Minot and Surrey area. Just continuing on, it's going to go through the radar site, but we'll keep an eye on that one. That one has a tornado possible, I think. That one, they don't have a tornado possible tag on it, but that is a fairly low level circulation in here, about 200 feet up. Yeah, it was a M's. It was a bunch of like I think you were on part of that stream, M's. It was in the Ohio Valley, the tornado warnings that just kept going. That was a let's see, a couple EF3 tornadoes and some EF2s. Yeah, Mr. J Bond, you were on that stream too. Yeah, we just had it continued like the earlier supercells just continued into the Ohio Valley as supercells, and they were producing tornadoes. And then we had the landfalling Arthur producing tropical tornadoes in southern parts of the New Orleans area. Got a couple tornadoes, and also southern Louisiana. So yeah, we had tornadoes all the way into early morning. And then I had to go, otherwise I would have been on longer because there was still tornadoes in southern Mississippi. I had to go take my dog to the vet. He was fine. He had a pre-booked procedure, but yeah, I just had to go, and unfortunately, I think there were a couple tornadoes after I hung up the stream. Yeah, Stones, Kansas City still sitting at like 80 degrees, I bet. We can take a look. Stones is in the Kansas City area. Let me get the surface observations on. Come on. All right. Well, we'll wait for those to load. But yeah, I think last I checked it was like 84. Still some circulations with this. They're kind of transient. They're not super tight as they were earlier, but there's still a couple of them. Yeah, you can see them on spectrum width a little better. One right there, and one right there. Continuing to work off, they're going to cross into Kidder County, approaching areas south and west of Steele, North Dakota, just south of Driscoll, North Dakota, currently. Mama G, I didn't know you. I didn't know you mod for the Otis project. That's interesting. Oh, J-Bon, you're in St. Louis? I didn't know that. I think Sarah, who was on earlier, is from the St. Louis area too. This little circulation's right over the radar site. That's a crazy look. It's not tornadic, but that is it's so close to the radar site. You can see this wind spiraling in, and then there's wind in here going away from the radar. If that was tighter, it would probably get a tornado warning. I'm surprised a little bit it doesn't, but yeah, you can really see that wrapping circulation in here. That may get a tornado warning after it gets through the radar site. We'll see what that looks like in a few minutes, but that is yeah, that is a interesting circulation. Yeah, I do love the spectrum width, and actually might actually be too close to show it there. Spectrum width is great for certain things, and QLCS tornadoes on that leading edge interface, it is really good at finding those. Mama G mods everywhere. Yes, she is. I do agree with that, Ems. Yeah, let's take a look at spectrum width here again. Yeah, you can just see the leading edge interfaces on here real easy. Spectrum width is also easy to see where those damaging winds are bulging out as well. So not just the little circulations in there, but you can also see where those wind surges are. And yeah, that corroborates really well here on the velocity scan too, just because we are seeing some pretty tight winds close to the radar site. But you can also see how the wind profile is just slightly different than reflectivity. If I draw that out, the reflectivity actually holds back just a little bit, so you get a burst of wind, and then you'll get the heavy rain. Sometimes other places you might get heavy rain first and then get the burst of wind, but let's see, about 2,000 lightning strikes. We are seeing a slight reduction of lightning strikes. Just about half hour ago, we were at 3,400, and now we're just above 2,000. So lightning strikes, not a perfect correlation, but it is a bit of a proxy for storm strength. There may be a slight weakening phase on some of these areas. Hey, Ellie, how's it going? Yeah, it's one of those tools that is it's fairly easy to see stuff. And you can even see I like it for small feature things, but you can even see there's like wind up in here. It doesn't correlate great sometimes, but there is some wind up in there. But you can really see kind of the leading edge of this line segment really well in there. And actually, like in this case, it helps confirm there's not a lot of vortices in this segment here. North of Driscoll, Tuttle, Wing, those sort of areas. Is another kind of broader little vortice kind of right in there where that tucks in. And yeah, that shows also on our velocity scan a little bit as well. So, and then it's certainly nice when the evidence kind of builds on top of each other, when you can see it in velocity, when you can see it in spectrum width. That really helps kind of build a pretty good picture of what the storm is doing. Oh, Eli. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. Eli. Oh, hey, we got those loaded. I don't know why that took so long, but if Stones is still in here. Stones, I think last I checked, I don't know if it's dropped since the last I checked. Last I checked Kansas City when Stones was around, it was 82 degrees. It's still 82 degrees. It may have cooled off just because there's not sun on you anymore, but it has not cooled off much. Oh, I still feel bad. I'll remember it now, Eli. Not an excuse, but my chat screen is like way up on the far edge of my screen. So I should switch that a little bit, but again, not an excuse, but they're still going to continue that tornado warning. It's around Long Lake, just south of Driscoll. That warning continues another 17 minutes. Most of this is going to get into Kidder County. Yeah, Burley, Emmons, and Kidder County, but Kidder is the next county up, south and southwest of
A new
Steele.
flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh, I didn't realize there's two of you. Yeah, there's a couple of different stones in there. Yeah, OG Stone, Kansas City Stone. It's going to be pretty hot. I think most of the that's one of the dangers of this heat dome is some of these overnight temperatures aren't going to get below upper 70s to even around 80. Oh, we still got some band Brady's in here. He means well. I'm sure he'll figure it out and unblock Luna, was it? I'm sure he'll get it figured out. 75 with 100% humidity, yeah. And with the slightly cooler temperatures, the humidity actually will technically get increased to 100. Still seeing still watching this circulation. It's kind of in the cone of hot silence right now, but keep an eye on this if you're up here towards Upham, Willow City, Bottineau. A little bit of a weird circulation in there. I'm interested to see what that looks like when it gets out of the cone of silence from the radar site. In fact, speaking of humidity, let me look at something real quick. Um, okay. I guess I saw it yesterday morning, but there was a dense fog advisory across, I think, parts of the south. I don't see it on here today, so I thought it was continuing, but I don't see the dense fog advisory. All right, hold on. I have to go help my wife with a dog emergency real quick. So let's see. Hold on. I don't like to leave when there's tornado warnings, but let me go see if the pup needs some help. We'll turn that on. I'll be right back. Hopefully I'm sure we'll get tornado warnings popping off all over as soon as I step away for like 2 seconds, but I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Let's get back to this. Hopefully I didn't miss too much in chat. Let's see. Yeah, it's a fairly long complex of storms. Let's see. We can zoom out and double check that. But yeah, the storm complex kind of starts down here on the Nebraska and South Dakota state line. Not as severe across portions of central South Dakota, but then once you get across the North Dakota state line, we have a solid line of severe storms. That stretches from the Canadian border all the way down to the South Dakota border, about 200 straight miles of severe warnings. But the line itself, or the complex of storms, let's see, roughly about 400 miles in the US, and then it kind of arcs back another 200 or so miles in Saskatchewan. So yeah, it's probably like 600-ish miles of at least strong to severe storms from near Regina, Saskatchewan, all the way back through Mohill, approaching areas around Carrington, east of Bismarck, down through Shelby, east of Pierre, down through Winter, approaching Mitchell, and then kind of arcing back into northern parts of Nebraska. So it is a fairly large complex of storms. And there's that little low pressure feature, kind of MCV kind of in here. There's a secondary one kind of right in there as well. There's a secondary little low pressure in near Weyburn, Saskatchewan. It looks like there's another low west of Regina. So it's all kind of driving this whole storm system. But yeah, it's a fairly impressive storm complex. And it's actually almost kind of the only storm complex. There's not much else going on across the southern parts of the US. There's one other kind of disorganized complex of storms across eastern Kentucky, northern parts of Tennessee. That is kind of on the downtrend. So yeah, it's a massive complex of storms. Yes, there were a couple confirmed tornadoes today. Let's actually pull that back up. The local storm reports. I'll filter them out though. So let's see. There was at least, I think, 2 or 3 tornado reports today. Yeah, there was one in southern parts of Montana. And then there's another also in Belfield. We saw that start to wrap up. It was a brief tornado. Looks like it was over open fields, so no damage was reported. But that was in Billings County in western North Dakota. Looks like there are a couple of funnel cloud reports today across parts of Illinois as well. Don't know if we had any touchdowns there. Yeah, one looks like a touchdown in southeast Illinois today as well. And there may be another 1 or 2 reports. I feel like I've seen a couple storm chaser reports out of this area, unless it's this same report, but there may be a couple other tornadoes today. But not that many. Not as many as we had tornado watches that extended across this whole area, was all under tornado watches. So for the size of tornado watch, we haven't actually had that many. I don't know if it touched down, but yeah, there was a couple tornado warnings also in Kentucky today. All right. Let's see. We've lost all of our tornado warnings, so that's one good thing. 60-mile-an-hour winds approaching Bottineau. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, not great buff and puff. So I'm actually gonna probably call the stream. I just got a new puppy update and he puked. So I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream here in just a minute. But severe weather coverage is important, and I would continue doing this. This is probably gonna sweep across North Dakota tonight and get into the Red River Valley, but family is also important, and the pup is family, so I'm gonna probably wrap it up here in just a minute or two. I just want to double check, make sure nothing crazy is going on in this storm segment. Still a couple little circulations south of Dawson. Not imminently tornadic, but you could get a couple tornado warnings out of there. I don't see any like craziness to this. There's no 80-mile-an-hour winds anymore in here. Seeing some pockets of 60, 70. I'm sure as I close the stream, we'll get tornado warnings or something, but almost the entire line complex is out of the tornado watch, and it looks like they've trimmed it to everything except this southern segment here, where there still are a couple more discrete cells back up through Valentine, but these are going to be in the rain-cooled environment, so I don't know how long those will last. There is some circulation down in here. That's a little bit weird to watch, so that could be a storm to watch there south and west of Valentine. But and this storm still has some broad circulation south of Winter along the South Dakota border, and they've also expanded the severe thunderstorm watch across South Dakota till 7 a.m. So late night, overnight storm threat across the I-90 corridor. That includes areas like Sioux Falls. Also, apparently Sioux Falls radar site doesn't work right now, so hopefully they can get that up and running. But severe weather potentially towards the Sioux Falls corridor later overnight. Tornado possible warning for Redfield. Yeah, there could be some tornadoes are kind of embedded in this line segment until it really starts to weaken. But yeah, there's a couple of different circulations also in here. We can use Mama G's favorite. We can use the spectrum width. That one doesn't show as strong on spectrum width, but they're still in here. Yeah, those ones show better on velocity than spectrum width, but just make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings overnight. We've lost, I think, most of our considerable threat, all of our considerable threats, storms right now, so I'd keep it going, but I do probably want to go help my wife and take care of the pup right now. So I think he got like a bee sting or something earlier, so he's just having a bad night, and I think just needs to get some extra love and attention to shake it off and everything. So I don't think he's allergic to bees, but it's probably not fun. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up tonight, and then if you're new here, like and subscribe, click the bell icon, get notified when we go live. If you're new here, we'll probably also be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's kind of TBD, actually. Tomorrow, some models had this Red River Valley heating up really hot with storms, and then some of the models I recently looked at weren't as favorited or weren't as favorable for storm development. So we'll see. Tomorrow's kind of TBD. If we do start to get storms in the afternoon tomorrow, I'll definitely have a live stream. And then Monday looks like a more certain day. Monday, most of Minnesota is under the severe risk, and then we'll kind of take it from there. But if you're new here, thanks again for the support. Yeah, that's what we did, Mama G. So I don't know. He might be actually having a reaction to the Benadryl because he's now puked after the Benadryl. So maybe he's not allergic to bees, but now allergic to Benadryl. I don't know. But yeah, we'll get him kind of prepped and pampered and stuff. And I got to help my wife clean up some puke. So that's always great. But yeah, if you're new here, we do scientific weather communications. I don't like the clickbait. It annoys me quite a bit. There's so much clickbait in the weather community. And unfortunately, not just on YouTube, but also on a lot of the other social media. In fact, it's actually even worse on some of the other social media channels than YouTube. But anyway, if you're new here, we definitely appreciate the support. I do believe in science-based weather communication, and that's the thing that we focus on here is no hype, no frills, no bots, weather communication. I do have a mod bot, but that's a different situation. Anyway, sorry to call it short, guys. I appreciate all your support, and I definitely want to be a channel that you guys can rely on. At the same time, yeah, family is important, so I do want to kind of bail tonight a little early and just take care of the pup. So thank you so much. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one. Also, if you haven't, check out our forecast video. It goes pretty extensively into the heat dome and the extended and dangerous prolonged period of heat coming up the next, I don't know, 8 to 14 days roughly. Could even be longer than that. Thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate you guys. And as Stormcat is in here, really appreciate you too. He's definitely helped our channel grow a little bit by giving us some of these raids too. So I appreciate all of you guys so much. Thank you. Have a good night. And if you're anywhere in the Dakotas, just make sure you have ways to get warnings. No weather radio, phone alerts turned on. You should be good the rest of the evening. All right, everyone.